Welcome, everybody, to day 2 of Blue Talk's Amplify Your Message. I just want to take a moment to start off the day today by saying thank you so much to my co-host yesterday, Michaela, as well as our first guest, Intriani, because we started off on a rough technical foot. And I get that every single time we go live, there is some sort of tech issues. And every single time we do this week-long event, there's somebody who cancels last minute or I have to shift things. So I just want to say, no matter where you are and what is happening, the choice to show up, since we talked about commitment yesterday and devotion, I am devoted to this show. I'm committed. I love this. And so I'm asking you as an audience, as well as all of my co-hosts and my guests, to just have this nice space to say, we are showing up the best that we can in the moment and figuring it out as we go. So we've had pets in the shows, we've had kids, we've had people walking by, craziness happening. We get it. And so I just want to say thank you and how much I appreciate you all through all of that. So I want to introduce my co-host just a little bit. So I met Jennifer just, 2 weeks ago?
Yes.
2 weeks ago here in Nova Scotia in Halifax, because she came to the city for one of our Blue Talks live events. So she got to speak at the brand new convention center. I say new, it's like several years old now, downtown. So Jennifer, can you tell us just a little bit about you so that we know where you're coming from with your curiosity and questions today?
Yes, sounds great. Thank you so much, Laura. Thank you so much for having me. And good morning, everybody. So great to connect with you. As Laura shared, my name is Jennifer Dawn. I'm also known on social media as the Sagittarius Coach because, yes, fun fact, I am a Sagittarius. We're known for being very direct, but speaking the truth and coming from the heart and speaking the truth. So that is what I'm passionate about, is speaking the truth, helping people find their true north and alignment with their soul's compass and their intuition. So that's one of the biggest passions I have in this life.
Love that. And I keep forgetting to introduce myself. So my apologies. I am the host of the Blue Talks Amplify Your Message event. My name is Laura Lake, and I love connecting with solopreneurs, just like all of our guests, many of our guests, as well as co-hosts, because it's the stories that they share that really tell me who they are as a human being. And I talk a lot about the emotions behind their stories so that we can see the patterns of all of their different skills that they've learned and the multi-passionate person that they are. And so these conversations really help me see myself in a different perspective so that I can show up at that next level. So it's like a give and take. I love it. So I'm going to introduce our first guest, Karen Lee. Just give me a thumbs up if you're ready to come to stage. Awesome. You never know what is happening behind the scenes, so I always double check.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Well, it happens once and you're like, whoops, you never do it again. So
Actually,
Karen,
Lee is my middle name. It's not really Karen. Do you know what I mean? It's
yeah.
Karen. Yeah. Refer to me as Karen, please.
Did I call you Karen Lee?
You did. And that's fine, because that's what what I wrote, but I use all my social media and stuff is Karen Lee Cohen, but Karen is my name.
No worries. My apologies. So
No,
Karen,
it's necessary.
I want to double check. Were you one of the ones that won
I did.
opportunity?
I did. I won in a wonderful boot camp. The 3-day boot camp was just extraordinary. I mean, you guys are so generous, and Corey is just amazing in the things that he helps us participate in. And for 3 days for a no charge boot camp, it was just, I learned a lot, I grew a lot, and I won this. So I'm a happy camper.
Weird question then. Is this your first interview?
No, I've been, my book came out, It's About Time, my award-winning TV adventure came out in December of 22. And I've done, a little bit, probably a dozen interviews. I've done radio. My background is television, so I have a lot of contacts. But I've got to do it all virtually. So I've done radio, I've done TV, and I've done probably about 7 podcasts. So But this may be the longest one. I did I did have an 1 hour one, but most of them are 30, 40 minutes. So
Yeah. So then I'm going to ask you the same question I ask every single person I interview. One, for a little bit of research, and two, so that I can really cut down on the amount of like pre-programmed, predetermined responses, those elevator pitches that we tend to hear over and over and over. That's not very personal. I want to get to know Karen and who Karen is behind your message, behind your business, behind your book, right? So then, Karen, I want to know, here's my big question. If you could have other people describe you in 3 words, what would you love those 3 words to be?
well, I kind of cheated because I watched yesterday so I could find out.
That's okay. It changes in every moment. It's all good.
However, I am prepared. Kind, considerate, and peaceful.
I don't know how to spell that, but I'm good.
Peaceful. P-E-A-C.
Oh no, peaceful. I know it's the considerate. I get the gist of it, right? Because sometimes it's not necessarily the word; it's the energy behind the word. Mm-hmm. So why would you love other people to describe you as a kind person, a compassionate? Sorry, that was yesterday. Considerate person and a peaceful person.
Well, I have discovered that my mission on Earth is to be peace and to spread peace. So that's a very, very important thing to me. And kind and considerate probably goes back to my upbringing. I had a wonderful mother who, taught us to always listen and to be kind. So I'm very blessed. My dad was kind and considerate, but it was my mother who really brought that home, that's a successful person, being kind and considerate. So with all my awards and other things that I've achieved, those are the 3 things that I hope I'm remembered by.
I love that. And first off, I want to say, after this show, ask me to connect you with Masha. She's doing a global peace event.
I know we are already connected. She was the one who I chose because she talked about her peace event.
Yes.
So she has, as you know, she has had some issues, so we haven't been able to reconnect. But we are definitely connected, and definitely am part of her peace movement, and she's a part of my peace movement.
Good. I'm going to assume that your peace movement is a part of your message.
Yes.
So can you tell us what some of your core messages, that we understand where you're coming from with this peace movement of your own and your business?
Can I give you a little bit of the backstory? Because
of course, yeah.
This has it has evolved. Right now, when I wrote my prescriptive memoir, It's About Time, my award-winning TV career, it was really all about the 8 Emmys I've won and all of the achievements that I've had. And I've had a wonderful career, and I've been there, all the people I know, and I've been very grateful. In the last 2 chapters, I saved for my spiritual journey and my health and wellness journey. And I knew when I completed, originally it was all going to be in one book, and I went, oh no, that's going to be boring. So I planned on, after I published this book, to do a sequel that would talk more about alternative health and wellness, which I'm very passionate about, and my spiritual journey. And that became a goal that evolved into what I realized, because so much of the book was going to be alternative health and wellness modalities, which I've embraced for several decades. I realized that I needed the experts in those fields, so I'm making into a collaborative book, and it'll be out this fall. And I have 20 amazing people who are participating. So the Let's Be Peace. Let's Be Peace is something that I embraced from a book that I read about 20 years ago, where the author was saying, we will create peace by being peace one person at a time. And I knew this was the message that I've been born for. It was like, holy moly. So I started writing on all my social media, #BePeace. And one day I was talking to I have two amazing nieces. I was talking to one of them, and she said she didn't like Be Peace because it was too demanding. I went, okay. So I changed it to Let's Be Peace, which is a phrase that I got from a wonderful woman named Dorothy Lee Donahue, who is one of the people featured in the new book. That rather than when she was working, she never said do something. She said let's do, and I went, oh, that's good. So I took that, and that became for the last 10 years my social media Let's Be Peace. And I knew for whatever reason, and part of that is my uh, relatively newly acquired belief in my angels and guides. It's been only the last couple of decades. Because Jennifer, I love that because that's what I always do. I go on a Zoom or a StreamYard, and I realized that Let's Be Peace. I've totally lost my train of thought, but I realized that my mission is being peace, and I knew that the book had called whatever else it had to be called. Let's Be Peace. And a dear friend of mine who's also contributed to the book, Kelly Ratzlaff, said to me, Karen, this isn't a book, this is a movement. And I went, oh, I think you're right. So it is now, I talk of the book will be the first entry. And then and then I'm going to start a podcast because right now there are 20 people that are in the book, and I'll start the podcast by featuring them, and then it will go on and on. I also realized recently that there's so many more than 20 contributors, so I was thinking, what do I do next? And I'm assuming my angels or my gut said, I'm going to do several sequels. I will, once this book launches, I'll do, there's just, again, I'll go back to the backstory. About 15 years ago, I knew that I wanted to start a health and wellness channel, an alternative health and wellness channel. And I was with a wonderful group of people, and we made our best efforts. And this was before streaming was quite so big. We had the funding to do a actual cable channel, and it fell through. And I knew, there's a lot of reasons why I feel now why it fell through, because I think it might have been dangerous on some levels to have an alternative health and wellness channel. We won't go into but
Get it?
You're both shaking your head. You both know what I'm talking about. And I realized that it was probably the universe protecting me at the time. Needless to say, I was absolutely devastated. But anyway, so I've known for a long time that it was important to me to let people know we have alternatives. I've always felt I really don't care what you do, which is not 100% true. I do care what you do, but it's not up to me. But know that you have options. And when I realized, and certainly 15 years ago, very few people knew there were options, and more people know now. But what I realized, in fact, very recently, when I sent a draft of the Let's Be Peace manuscript to my sister and to a friend, and they both have been aware, and they've certainly been aware of me for a long time. But both of them came back with the same review saying, oh my gosh, there's so much in this that I didn't know. I've learned so much, and I now, my sister said, I'm going to buy this for the family, and I want them to put it on their nightstand so they can use it as a guide. I am so grateful because that's my mission. That's my mission, to help people know, wherever you are on the path, to let you know that there are so many alternatives, and that there's so many teammates that you can use to decide what alternatives work for you. And complementary. I'm certainly, there's Western medicine has a lot to offer, but there's but people know about Western medicine. What people are less informed about are all the alternatives. And that's another part of my mission now that I'm telling you about it, to spread not only peace, but the information so that people can make their own decisions.
So what I just heard you highlight is that you turned your mess into your message, and your message, this is the next part that I love so much, your message into your movement. So now it's mess to message to movement. It's not just mess to message.
Okay, the first part is what? Mess? Oh, my mess.
Yeah. You know, the struggle, the story that you have on why you do all this.
Yeah, we definitely have that story too.
I love that. So then I wonder what would be next, like from mess to message to movement. What would a movement bring you? And let's
Method.
with M's.
How about method? METHOD. Message to movement to method. So that'll give people some guidelines, some information about. Not that there's any guidelines. I mean, there's a million ways that we can get there, but methods for people to embrace. I have a dear friend who's been my soul sister from my college days, and she always said we're all on the same path, just at different speeds. And I just love that because it's so true. You know, we are all one, and we're all on the same path. We're just at different parts of that path. So I like to quote Connie a lot.
Are you connected to Tom yet?
No.
Here in the Blue Talks community? Tom talks a lot about paths and choosing your path and which path you're on. I guess today is about connections. So I can introduce you afterwards, but I just wanted to highlight that.
No, I'm not in touch with it, but I love that I chose Masha to be my.
Yeah, so good.
Yeah, and it'll be great to meet Tom. I've heard of Tom, but I've never met him.
Oh, yes, great. I see that you have your book there. Are you able to like show the camera a little bit more?
Okay.
Like closer if you can, because some people watch on phones, which means it's super tiny.
Okay.
Oh, there you go. Is that a sculpture?
It's Prometheus. It's then. Oh, there's a story behind that too.
Ooh.
Okay.
Well, tell us the story.
Okay.
Everything's all connected, so either way, we're coming back.
When I first knew it was during the pandemic that people have told me for a long time that I should write my story. And it was during the pandemic. I'm very active in my college alumni association. I'm on the alumni board at Columbia College in Chicago, and we were having a Zoom greeting with some of the students that were graduating to tell them about the alumni association and to congratulate them on graduating. And for whatever reason, I decided to put up right here. I had the 3 of my 8 Emmys. And well, needless to say, obviously that was the Angels too, Jennifer. It garnered quite a bit of attention, and a couple of the graduating seniors said to me, "Oh, you've got to write a book about how to win an Emmy." And I said, "Well, you really can't write a book about how to win an Emmy because you can't really quantify it, and the Television Academy would never let me use that title." But it was the push that I needed, and of course, the time that we had with things being slowed down with the pandemic, that I started writing my my memoir, which, and again, I got the idea before I wrote anything, was to write to some friends and colleagues and ask them to send me their memories. And about, I'd say about 35, about 50 responded. About 30 of them are in the book, and I had no idea how I was going to use them. But when the book actually, when I actually wrote my part of the book, I realized the best place to put them is their memories go at the end of the chapter where it's relevant to what they have to say. So at the time, and the title came fairly easily, But my idea was to use an array of my Emmys for the cover, and I found out very quickly from the Television Academy that I couldn't use the word Emmy. I could use it in the book, but not in the back of the front cover. So I worked at I was program director at NBC in New York for 8 years, and so this is Prometheus, which is the big statue out front of 30 Rock. That's where I worked, and so I didn't know what I was going to do for the cover. And a friend of mine from England, oddly enough, because he's not a New Yorker, sent me a picture of Prometheus. He said, "It kind of looks like an Emmy. Why don't you use that?" But the best part was I then realized a couple of years ago, I had been in New York. It was long after I had worked at NBC, and a friend of mine were walking around, and we took this picture. So again, angels, you think? So that's how the cover came. And so this is Prometheus, and it does kind of look like an Emmy, but all of my colleagues from NBC just love it because it's a big part of who we are. So what got me on telling you that? Oh, you asked me what the cover was.
Yeah. Because I was trying to see, and I love when people like show us their books, because I know that on a phone it's so tiny.
Oh, right.
Even when you put it up close to the screen, it's still so small. And we want people to be able to recognize the cover so that when they go search your name or look for your book, they know that they found the right one.
And they can also go to letsbepeace.com, and in the front page is the book cover and the title. But yes, but if you search my name, Karen Lee Cohen, on Amazon, it'll come up. It'll come up too.
Yeah.
So that's the easiest way. It was funny. A friend of mine, after I published the book, told me that I could just put my name in and it would come up. And the first time I did that, it was so exciting. It was like, oh, this is so cool.
So my body is telling me to act, because I keep yawning, which for me, yawning is processing. So
oh, it's a pause. Okay.
It's a processing thing. So Jennifer had mentioned before we went live that she would love to draw a card if that was like proper timing. And I think my body's like, I think it's time to do that because it's hard to breathe.
Wonderful.
Sounds good. Yes, we can definitely do that.
Because then sometimes it's a nice theme for us to chat about, and sometimes like take it into the next interview, because I love theme days. I also want to ask you about teachers, but we'll do that afterwards. So Jennifer, did you pull a card?
I'm just going to. So I was just going to show the deck. Actually, this is a beautiful deck. So it's called Law of Positivism. Yeah, it's a beautiful deck. I'll show you just real quick, just before, if we have a moment, I'll just show real quick. So the artwork here, it is beautiful.
Yes.
Yeah. So, and this is the back of the cards. Okay. So let's see.
I love the artwork.
Oh, sorry.
I said I love the artwork. It's always my favorite.
Oh, me too.
Yeah.
It actually reminds me very similar, not exactly the same, but it has for me, it has a very similar feel to Rebecca Campbell. For anybody that's familiar with Rebecca Campbell's decks, which I have several of her decks. It's beautiful watercolor decks that she always has. Okay, so let's see. So I'm actually going to pull some cards for what I call the collective, which means the three of us and everybody that watches either live as it's being recorded right now or catching it later during the replay. So for just as I'm shuffling the cards here, so just to give some fun facts. So I'm actually self-trained. I'm self-taught. So I started reading when I was 17, and also a fun fact, I've been reading for over 30 years now. So I'm turning 50 this December. So I've been reading for a long, long time and have been teaching people worldwide how to read as well. And if they have a passion to read, I love helping people to expand on that passion.
I do have to say, Karen, that I never expected somebody, just stereotype stories I tell myself, I never expected somebody who won Emmys to be like into the spiritual woo-woo, talking about spirit.
I
love it.
People.
Yeah, I love it. I think it's great.
Yeah.
I did start talking about it while I was still in the corporate world, and when you're done, I have a funny story about that.
Okay, sounds good. Do you want to share now before I read the card messages?
We were at a program directors meeting, so it was, and we had 7 different stations at the time, and we were at a meeting, and I'm talking about channeling and other things, and after the meeting, one of the other program directors from Washington took me aside and she said, Karen, I've believed in this stuff for a very long time, but I never would have said it in front of, because it was not only the program directors, it was the general managers. But I had at that point been, this is who I am, and accept it or not. But she was like, I said, well, now you can. She said, oh, no, I wouldn't.
No, I love stories like that because so many times you hear that entrepreneurs are supposed to be a certain way and business people are supposed to be a certain way. And many people in this Blue Talks community that I've met and experienced, they're at least further along in that journey of going, this is me. And I'm done changing for other people. Like, it hurts being so separated from different portions of myself that I'm just going all in. And some days you're doing great and some days you're not. But I mean, the intention is there. And I love that.
Part of that's just as we mature, whatever, we just become more comfortable with who we are. And as we're more comfortable with who we are, then we're able to shine however we do that. And just if I just want to make sure that this point gets across, my belief and the belief of the Let's Be Peace movement is that when we're peace inside, we will be healthy. And when we're, when we're healthier, will be more peaceful. And you don't have to do anything to be peace. All you have to work on yourself, be peace inside. And we have lots of tips about how you could do that. And that will shine. If you want to spread peace, more universally, that's fine too. But know that you being peace is going to create peace.
I love that. That's beautiful.
So share a few words from the cards, Jennifer.
Okay, sounds
good.
So I also believe in no coincidences. So literally piggybacking on what you were just sharing, Karen, just piggybacking. My body knows how to self-heal.
This is why I love this. What's going to happen?
And I have another one. So I'm going to share. So there is an ability called clairaudience. So you probably both know what clairaudience is. But for anybody that is not familiar with the term of clairaudience, it is also known as clear hearing, which is literally the ability to hear messages from the spiritual realm. And I'm so glad, Karen, that you also mentioned the word channeling. So a lot of people don't know what the difference is between channeling and mediumship. So just before I also read this last card message, if it's okay, Laura and Karen, if I just quickly just share the difference between channeling and mediumship. Yeah. So channeling, as I said, is very different than mediumship. And yes, I actually am able to do both. So I'm going to use the car analogy. So if there is a channeler in a car, what happens is a channeler is in the driver's seat, but then the channeler actually switches to the passenger, and the spirit from the spiritual realm goes into the driver's seat. So what happens in a channeling experience is the person is able to give permission. It's not without permission. Gives permission for the spirit to actually enter the channeler and use their vocal cords, use their body, basically to deliver the message themselves personally. A medium is very different. So a medium is able to connect with the spiritual realm, but they don't go give control to the spirit of their body or of their vocal cords. They actually receive the message and deliver it themselves. So that's the difference between channeler and medium, because a lot of people don't know the difference between the two, but there is a very distinct difference. And it's all on how they receive the message and how they deliver the message. That's the difference. Okay, so last but not least with this card from this beautiful deck here. So when I flow with my energy, I flow with the energy of life.
Ooh.
So also piggybacks very beautifully with what Karen has done. So Karen has done a beautiful job of embracing her soul purpose, her mission. So she's not only embraced it, but she's run with it in such a beautiful and authentic way. And I loved how you shared that too, Karen. So well done. And you are a beautiful example for everybody that no matter what field you're in, no matter what your background, it's never ever too late to say yes to your soul's purpose. So I'm so glad that you shared that with everybody today too.
Thank
So
you, Jen.
thank you.
Aw. So that'll lead to my next question, Karen. What does it feel like for you to be in flow? And I'm gonna frame that in the context of, like, you've written a book, you've won Emmys. I'm assuming there's some sort of like way of sharing your message through that way. So what feels in flow for you in the way that you love to share your message?
I do a lot of mentoring. I always have. That's been a big part of my purpose. I really believe in giving back and sharing what I have learned, and I do life coaching. So it really is. Um, it just it's been flowing more and more that as we have evolved as entities, as the earth is evolving, I've become more and more peaceful. I'm more and more comfortable with who I am and expressing who I am. I just 2 weeks ago I lost a very, very dear friend who I've known for 43 years, and it was a car crash. And so um, it was very unexpected. And I believe that we go on and that we have, that the body, we leave the body, but that we go on. But I really have share that not universally. And after I gave myself my 24 hours of of grieving, and I'll miss him, but I know he's here, and I'll be speaking to him. I went very public with that information. I do weekly blogs, Let's Be Peace blogs, which is also on my website, and I blogged about losing him and a tribute to him, but that my belief is that we move on, and that there is no death. And what was extraordinary to me, what was a big step for me, was I put it on my Facebook and I put it on Instagram, but I also put it on LinkedIn. And I always think of LinkedIn as being the more professional of the social media. And so for me to go that public on LinkedIn was just the next step, because I am so comfortable with my belief systems. I don't ask anybody else to believe that, but this is my belief system, and so I'm spreading it more universally than I have before. So that's my flow. I'm pretty darn comfortable with who I am.
Have you always been that type of person who loved to mentor, or did you kind of grow into that type of role?
Oh, that's a really good question. I think a little bit of both. I mean, and I did it more than I realized when you see what people have to say. Um, in my book, obviously I always mentored when I was at NBC, but even before that, I really liked sharing. So, but I think to the degree that I do it now, I definitely grew into it.
Nice. And we've been having fun with conversations about what teachers have told us. But yesterday it was a lot of the not so fun things teachers have told us. So I want to know, has there been a teacher in your life that told you something positive, or you had a positive experience with, that helped you become the Karen of today?
Many. Yeah, even those who, I mean, one of the things that when I was at NBC, several of my bosses would say that I'm too nice, and I so resented that. I just, but also in the meantime, they were mentoring them, but the people who worked for me always said, sometimes I was too difficult. So I knew intuitively that the balance was there, but it did. And part of it, because it was fairly unusual for a woman to be in the position that I was in back then.
Yeah.
So I think part of that was the, if I don't know what they would have said if I was a guy, but the too nice was definitely because I was a woman. But I mean, I've learned from so many. One of the people that I had totally forgotten about, Shirley MacLaine, and somebody in the Let's Be Peace book talks about her, and she was early on in my journey, and I just absorbed everything she wrote and everything she said. She was really my first introduction to so many of the other side things. So I give her a lot of credit. I give my mentor Dick Lobo, who's the one who brought me from Chicago and made me and gave me the position program director in New York. Carolyn Mace, who I've had the wonderful honor of knowing. I asked her to host a show that I had, and she said, get the funding, and then we'll talk. And she was right, and I never got the funding. So, but it was a debate show about alternative health and wellness. But Carolyn Mace, Patricia Cota Robles, errorofpeace.org. I've learned so much from her, and I get her weekly vlogs. Those are probably some of the main ones, and a woman named Amira Hall. It has changed as I have evolved. There's a woman named Carrie Murphy, and she had a show called Straight Talk for the Soul, and I met a lot of I became aware of a lot of wonderful spiritual people through that. She no longer produces the show, but Sue Storm, who's the angel lady, we've been friends and colleagues for the last 6 years, and she's the one who really has taught me to who my angels are and how to connect with them, and because of Sue, I'm angels are very much an everyday part of my life. When I do my gratitudes in the morning, they're a part of my life. When I journal, they're part of my life. When I'm having, trouble writing, there's an angel named Rita. The technical angels are Bernard and Raymond. For some reason, I'm being told I should tell you guys this. So Bernard and Raymond have been great with all the technological issues that there are going on right now. So she's taught me how to talk to the angels so that they can assist me. One of the things that I've learned through Sue is that we all have angels around us, but they need to be asked. Yeah.
I get it, universe. I get it, angels. They're like speaking through you to be like, Laura, do you remember that you wrote down our names? We came and visited you, and then you've never asked us for anything. Yeah. Okay. I'm getting it. Thank you.
Good. I'm very pleased to be the conduit. So I'm Dorothy Lee Donahue, who I met at a birthday party, and it's like we totally clicked. And she's the one who invited me to her workshops to learn Reiki and energetic alchemy, which is something that I don't practice except for in my own life, but I use it in my life coaching. So there have been a lot.
So I want to make sure that we know where to find you. So where can we find you? And also, what is your favorite way of communicating?
My favorite way is really still email, which might be old fashioned, but you can get letsbepeace.com is the best way to find out more about me and the book. And you can get this book on Amazon. You'll be able to get it on the Let's Be Peace book when that comes out in the fall. But my email is Karen Lee Cohen 1, the number 1, at gmail.com. And I've never given that up publicly before, but that really is my favorite way of communicating. And texting is fine, but I don't think I'll give out my phone number.
Email her and ask. Yeah.
Email me and ask once we're connected, and LinkedIn. You and I have been on LinkedIn and Facebook. I check Facebook several times a day, so there's lots of way. But the easiest to remember is letsbepeace.com, and sign up, and we'll send you a list of teammates or anything else, and you'll be able to. And if you're more interested in the Let's Be Peace movement, check out the blogs. I have like 27 blogs now on
You mean posts or blogs?
blogs.
Oh, wow.
On my website, I have Karen's blogs. So when you go to Karen's blogs right now, I mean, there's a lot more than 27. A lot of my pictures with some of the celebrities, and that is on the blogs. But with the 27 that I've posted is mostly about Let's Be Peace, and also all of I have like 10 basic ways to help you be peace inside, and that's on the website. And that's in the blogs. I mean, that's if you read the blogs, you get that. So,
and then I always like to hold space at the end of an interview just to make sure that whatever's on your heart or in your mind can have a space. So if there's something that you need people to take away from this conversation today, what might that be?
Love and trust yourself.
Oh. First, they're both a little hard. Working on it. We're all working on it, but let's work on it together, and let's be peace together. Aww.
Yeah, anything I can do to help any of you, go there. Let me know. I'm very accessible, and I would love to get to know anybody who is watching this or who you'd like to refer to, and do look for the Let's Be Peace book out this fall. But I love communicating with people. I love spreading peace. I love doing shows like this. So you guys are both wonderful and made me feel so comfortable, and I could go on forever. So, but I won't.
That tends to happen. It's all good. Sometimes it does when the next guest doesn't show up. But we do have a couple minutes left. So I wanted to ask, since we went from mess to message to movement now, like what do you want your movement to accomplish or to be or to help people do so that we really get clear when people start to interact and engage?
It's being peace. It's knowing that we're all one, which has been a big part of my path and my lesson. And I worked on a lot during the pandemic, really embracing that we are all one, because when you embrace that, you have to embrace everything that's out there, including things that your ego doesn't agree with.
Yeah.
So really knowing that we are one and embracing that we are one. Talk to your angels and guides, call on them. They really, from what I can tell, they really want to hear from you. So do that. Breathe, learn how to, there's a couple of methods that I use. There's the inhale 4, hold 4, exhale 4, and hold.
Oh, the square, yeah.
There's the square, and the other one that that Andrew Wiles talks about is in breathe for 4, hold for 7, and out breathe for 8. So that's another way. And in meditation, a lot of people, and I used to be too. I do mostly guided meditations. A meditation can be 2 minutes of just stopping and breathing. And so give yourself that time sometimes before you speak about something, because it will help you come up with an answer that is more appropriate for you. But give yourself that time. Gratitudes have helped me a lot. And I don't get out of bed until I do my gratitudes. And it's just kind of a nice way for me to wake up and to thank the world that I'm here and I'm having a wonderful life, and I'm very grateful for it. So know that we can all do that. You can do a gratitude journal, and that can be very helpful. Discover all the modalities that are out there. I'd be happy to help you do that. The book will help you do that when it comes out.
Awesome.
But know that we have a lot of teammates. But use your own GPS. Know that you are your own best doctor. You are your own best guide.
Yeah.
Use whatever people and places and things that you are comfortable being helped with, but make the determination yourself. Use your own personal GPS.
This has been such a delight, Karen. I want to say thank you so much for joining us. And I know it was kind of like a last minute booking, but I appreciate when things work out. So thank you for being here, and congratulations for winning this opportunity. Like, go, Karen.
Yes, I'm very excited about it. Thank you. And Jennifer, so nice to meet you. I feel like I've known you very well already, Laura, but I'd love to keep in touch with you too, Jennifer.
Yeah,
Thank you. I would
definitely.
love that, Karen. I feel the exact same way. So thank you. I would love to connect with you.
So you have my email, so please email
I do.
me.
I will. I'll definitely do that.
Love you. Have a great day. I'm sure you'll build on this, and each one will be wonderful.
Definitely. Bye, Karen.
Bye, Karen. Thank you so much.
So we do have our next guest behind the stage. Just give me a thumbs up when you're ready. Awesome. We were joking because you never know what's happening behind the scenes, or if you're one of those people that's like, hold on, like I need my hair to be perfect. So I just ask.
I did that beforehand. So
this morning, I was like, I should have took a shower. I'm wearing my hat. That's my secret.
Yeah.
I didn't take a shower.
I did my little exercise to get my nervous energy out. So that's my secret.
There you go. Also, I have a bucket under my desk filled with sand. So right now I have my bare toes, like just working through the dry sand.
Yeah, I decided to stand. I'm at a standing desk to help me too, because I'm like,
Yep.
just every little bit.
Oh no,
there she goes.
I figured I would do that later. I'm gonna bring it back down before I get all awkward. There. So how do you say your name? Is it Katharina?
Yes, it's Katharina. So that is awesome. That's not usually people get that on the first try. So kudos to you.
See, it was really quick, and I think Stacy, because it's how we met, like literally on Sunday. This is how fun this is.
Yes.
I couldn't remember if Stacy said Catherine.
Yeah,
and then when I wrote your name down, I was like,
I'm used to it. It's not exactly like an everyday name. So
no, I know a couple people actually with the name.
Really? With this name? With Catherine?
But one has a C and one has a K.
I'll see. Okay. But wow. But with the ERINA.
Yeah.
Wow. That's unusual. I have not met anyone with my name. I wonder how do they pronounce it the same way too?
Yeah. One of them does, and one of them says it Katarina.
Katarina, yeah.
She doesn't like the H, but I'm not sure if it's a cultural or family thing.
Yeah, well, and like my roots are, my parents were from Germany, and they came over on the boat.
I think hers were too.
Really? Yeah.
I don't know if they came over on the boat.
And like technically the pronunciation in German is Katarina. And when I grew up, it was Katrina. So Katrina is typically how like my family and stuff, because it's just like a direct,
Yeah. That's my husband's cousin.
Yeah, it's a direct kind of thing, but it's when you look at it how it's spelled, that's not really how it's spelled. But it's interestingly enough. So when I decided to just tell everyone it's Katharina, people started then calling me Katrina.
Mm-hmm.
And then because I grew up with this name, and since Katrina was my nickname, I would say Katrina, like that's what my family called me. But then other people would be like, it's Katharina or Katarina. I'm like, okay, so let's just make it easy, right? I'll make it easy for you, and we'll say Katharina spelled, pronounce it, because you're not getting it right. It's like, okay, I get it. It is a nickname, but then they start calling me Katrina. So.
Okay, this is just fun then. So anybody in the audience who has had people intentionally or unintentionally mispronounce your name, let us know. You are not alone.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's
yeah.
all good. It's all good. It used to bother me, but now I'm like, there's got to be something in that. There's some message in that of maybe what I need to something. There's something in there. I haven't quite figured it out yet, but
Oh, we'll connect it. This is one of my favorite things is I love the patterns between things. So even though we think this conversation is irrelevant to your message and your business, it'll come up later.
interesting.
So I
That
do
is-
like to start with one of my favorite questions because then what I do is I go, oh, you can't do your normal things. And I just shake you up a little so I don't get your elevator pitches. Well, cool. Like I want to get to know Katharina.
yeah,
You.
that's okay.
behind
'Cause
the
I don't really have an elevator pitch.
Awesome.
This
So
works out perfectly.
that's why I wanted you to be on here. So first off, I'm going to remind you and Jennifer, I'm pretty sure she can hear us and the audience. This is your first interview.
Yeah, it is.
See? So we've had people on here with kids and pets that we mentioned earlier, like just craziness going on. We want to show people it doesn't matter where you're at. You just got to do the thing, as Stacy said. That's
Yeah.
how we met. So I'm like, who wants to do the thing? And I put it in the chat. And who has never done it before? Because while
Never
people
done
have
it
done it before, that's great. But I really want to.
And I'll also say, not to interrupt,
Oh, yeah,
I
go ahead.
have been like fear of visibility has been my thing forever.
Okay.
It's my Achilles heel. So that I'm here right now is a
Yeah.
small
No, I love this because I really want it to be that safe place for someone to kind of break into their first interview or being live on social media for the first time.
Yeah.
So that I could be like, look, you can have a positive experience filled with love right at the start.
I
You
love
know
that.
it's possible. Good. So I'm going to ask you my favorite first question
Okay.
because it's fun and it tells me a lot about who you are and your message before you ever tell me about who you are and your message.
Okay.
Okay.
Let's
So
hear it.
here's my question. It's just fun and we're playful, so it's all good. So
Okay.
here's the question. If you could have other people describe you in 3 words, what would you love those 3 words to be?
What would I love those 3 words to be, or what do I think they are?
Oh, no. What would you love them to be?
Generous, adventurous, and fearless.
Ooh, I love all of these. And I do this because now I get an understanding of how you desire to show up in the world. I get an understanding of some of the things that you value in yourself and other people. And then I get to see a pattern because patterns have to start with 3. Then I get to see a pattern of how you've weaved those 3 seemingly different or sometimes not so different things together. And that's always related to your business and your life and your mess and who you are as a person. So then, why do you want people to see you as generous? Why do you want them to see you as adventurous? And why do you want them to see you as fearless?
That's a good question.
See, I told you it would shake you up. It does it to everybody.
Yeah, it's a good question. I think because like in my heart, like I just want to give. Like I see, I'm gonna start crying.
I do it all the time. No worries.
I just see I guess maybe the pain in the heart of people, and I just really I want to give. And I just want to do something and to extend whatever that I can. And I don't feel like there should be any, I mean, why limit it? Like why limit it at all? So I think for me, I mean, I guess I don't know if I want to say, oh, well, she's generous, but I guess, I mean, in my heart of hearts, I feel like that to me is, just pouring the love out, just because to me, it's who I am. And I feel like that sometimes gets missed because I've been very shy and introverted. Like, I've been coming like slowly, a slow process of kind of breaking out of my little cocoon and my shell. And I don't think that's something that people necessarily know of me because I have been a little bit pulled back in for a number of years doing my own work and healing. And I guess for me that it's, I don't know, like that's what it's about. To me, that's what it's about. It is about giving, and it is about helping each other in all the ways that we can. And that's not necessarily how everyone operates. And I want people to know that I am a place where people can be okay and to be themselves and have a space to be who all that they are. And sometimes I think that comes across as being, generous with time or generous with things. But yeah, I hope that makes sense.
I'm trying not to cry. I completely get it, because you've been in those places where you feel the pain.
Yes.
And I'm assuming that you feel feelings a little more than most people.
Yeah, I do.
You go a little lower and you go a little higher. And really what that means is that you have felt the depth and the ugliness of all of those feelings that other people feel. And you know how much it sucks and how much it hurts to be there. You don't want anybody to ever feel that way.
For sure.
Because you care about other people. So then you're using your generous nature to connect with them where they are. And I'm putting words in your mouth for the rest of it here. This is what I'm seeing. Then you're willing to be adventurous together to help figure out what is right for them and not you. You're not imparting your journey on them.
You're good at
You're open with them. It takes a deep person, which is rare. So thank you for seeing me. It takes a really deep person in order to see what other people need in the moment. So that's where I see the adventureness coming in. And then it also takes great courage to sit in your own mess, even though it's a past wound, and be there with somebody else in their mess, even though if you go too deep, it could rip open your own wound. But you're so willing to go there because you know how much of a benefit it could be if you start walking the path together.
For sure. For sure. You said that very, very well.
I'm very familiar.
Yeah, that's pretty amazing. You kind of hit it right on the head.
So now, see, before we even know your message and your business, you've told us a lot. So then now, can you tell us a little bit about maybe some of the message that you do have that you're trying to share with the world? We'll get into why afterwards.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I think we all have something so within us, so deep within us to share. And, I know we've kind of heard that before a lot of different times. But I feel like there's a level that we think we know, and there's an even deeper level that we haven't even scratched the surface of yet. And that to me is what I invite people to go into. And this place of wholeness to the deepest parts of themselves for everything that they're here to become. And, in a holistic manner, it's not just about, one of the three, your relationships, and it's all those things. And it's all those things and becoming completely in alignment and knowing yourself and loving yourself at the deepest levels. And I think sometimes we feel like we've made it at some point, like, oh, okay, I did all the hard stuff, and like I finally got all the hurdle. I climbed the mountain, and it's just like, nope, there's more. It's like, wait, there's more. And it's a good thing. I mean, it's a really great thing because we don't even know the level of potential that we have. Like, we have no idea. And I feel like we just even ones of us that are on, this spiritual journey and development path, we don't even know. And like, we may think that we've arrived at a certain point, and yet there's still more. And it's like, we're invited every day through our body, through the people we encounter, through the invitations that we have to go deeper. Everything is connected. So it's like we have all these ways that we can, draw those lines. I feel like God has been so generous to us of like, hey, here's a little clue. Here's a little clue. Here's a little clue. And it's just like we're in this adventure land of like, okay, like, let's put the clues together. And let's see how what's in store for me next. How am I being invited to? And like where am I going? Where like wow, like I never dared to go there before because I thought XYZ ABC. And this is where like the fearlessness comes in, and that place of adventure of like exploration of like, wow, I wonder what would happen next if I just kind of leaned a little bit more in this, and like being a true conduit for what God has in store for us in this life, and how we're here to serve and connect with other people and with the world, and what kind of changes we're meant to bring about, because we're all here for a rich purpose that we may not know the exact purpose until we're gone, but we do know like some degrees if we're walking it or we're choosing to walk it or not, and choosing to be a part of the unfolding of that process. So I don't know, does that make I just kind of started going off here.
No, it's all good. And I want to connect more dots because I love doing this. Remember our conversation at the very beginning about people not saying our names right?
Yes.
Okay, so here's what I'm hearing, and slight imparting to just put the pieces together. It is a huge thing about identity. So your name has this set energy, and when somebody is saying your name wrong, it's like it's shifting your energy and identity. And you're like, I'm trying to figure out who I am, but I know that I'm not that. And so then if you're telling me, since the last interview we were talking about teachers saying good things and not good things, if I'm telling you, Katharina, that you are too loud, and you're like, I'm an introvert. If I'm just saying you're too loud, you can either choose to identify with that, or you can choose to see, if you do identify with that, how it's a benefit versus a detriment. So then as people are mislabeling you and miscalling you names, really it's you sliding into that path of identity and energy into how you want to move forward.
Yeah. And it's
not just with yourself, but also with them.
Yeah. And and to your point, it's like so often those things are put on us. It's such an early age that we think that really is us. Like we really like, this is how I am. Like, I really think so. And yet, like the discovery of this is through time and kind of listening and taking some of these little risks. It's like, it's kind of fun to find out like, oh my gosh, that isn't who I am. Like, I'm not the little, shy, timid or whatever. It's like, there's a part of me that wants to go out and play and wants to interact with people and wants to share and wants to do all this stuff. And yet, as long as you're kind of going into this place of, as you said, this identity of like, whatever it was that was put on you, it's like you just assume that that's who you are. So I love that, because it's true. Like as we grow more into like who we truly are meant to be, we start recognizing that like our identity, like it's not exactly like we're different people in different moments for how that we're meant to move in that moment with that person in that moment, like, so it's very fluid. Yes, it's a dance. It's a dance. It's the dance with our creator and the people with us and all around, where we're just kind of in concert with everything. It's a symphony instead of this fixed, this is who I am, this is who I'm not. So, yeah.
See, now I want to listen to some Zara Larsson. One of her songs is called Symphony.
Oh.
And it talks about how she wants to be a part of somebody else's symphony, like the music that is them together. And I'm thinking of this whole conversation of identity and what you were saying about like being able to feel people in their hardship and wanting to be generous to help them out. It's like that we talk about the upper part of the symphony, the dance and the fun part, but we don't like to go down into those lower registers.
Nobody likes to go
so
down
much
there.
magic.
And that to me, that's where all the gems are. That is where all the good stuff lies.
I call them
the diamonds
gems.
are hidden down there.
Yes.
You gotta like be willing to go in there and do a little bit of digging.
Can you show us some of your gems or tell us about some of your gems?
Well, what I found is like, I mean, when going through like and understanding like how like these deeper things, like these like for me, like there's been like emotional traumas that have happened, right? And like they like if you don't, for a person who doesn't become aware, isn't interested in doing that, it's like it can really limit you and into the identity that gets created at that point. But like when you start going in there, like what I've like noticed is that, and so for me, like one part of my history, a lot of this stuff went into my body. So it's like I had physical pain so bad for over 10 years. My back would go out like every couple weeks. I saw a chiropractor 3 times a week for 10 years. I couldn't back and dial it down because every time that I did, like my back would just I couldn't even walk around. I had to crawl around my carpeting. I had hives for 7 years straight every single day. When I actually like went into, and it was, divine intervention, where it was like, there's got to be another way. Please, God, I know this is not the way. Like I knew deep inside, like this is not right. This is not the way I'm supposed to be. I'm in my 20s and I'm like practically crippled. Like this is not the way it's supposed to be. And what ended up happening, so I found a woman kind of appeared. You know how these things work, that the synchronicity.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And she ended up connecting me. So with those deeper wounds, like there's the emotional component and staying with them, how like literally my physical pain evaporated. I went from crawling around on my floor of my house, not even being able to go to the bathroom one day. And the following day I was chair dancing in a restaurant, like to some music. I mean, like it was that severe, it was so like concrete of a difference. And it was like just the opening where it's like, if I pay attention, if I just pay attention to these deeper things, it's like, I don't even have to do anything. That's what the beauty of it. The Holy Spirit comes in. I don't even have to do anything. I just pay attention and to watch it and listen to it, to just watch it like it's on a movie screen. It happens on its own. It's really about getting out of your own way. And it's like, and I went from like thinking that I could never be physically active again to never be like, like I dies every single day. Like talk about inflammation in your body. Like, I don't even know. It's been, what is it? The hive thing went away before the back pain stuff did, but like, it's been at least like 10 years, I want to say. So like, it's like, there's a level of health that for me, the gem was in health. Like that was where it's like, holy cow, like this is the path to health. Like one of the like paths that I think a lot of people are missing is like, they're like, yeah, a lot of people know the nutrition part to some degree, but the place where a lot of people don't want to go is that those deeper parts within themselves that have been wounded and disconnected. And it's like the beauty of that is once you start connecting like those things and they fall away, it's like it's a unification, in my opinion, where it's like now you start understanding who you are. You start understanding, and it's like you naturally start getting gravitated towards your real purpose, what you're really here to do, not being crippled by all these things, like literally crippled I was, that have been holding you back. So, and you don't even, like, I didn't know, like, it's like I did everything everyone told me to do, like, and it's like disaster, so it was like another lesson in really listening deeply and asking for the help, and being open to receiving it and looking for that and saying yes to it, even though it seems totally weird. No one else gets it. Like you're totally going off this way. Everyone's like, what are you doing? And it's trusting in that too. And like surrendering to your own path, which is going to be totally different than everyone else's.
Oh, I have a couple comments on that. So yesterday we actually had 3 zebras in the room near the end of the day. Do you know what a zebra is?
No, I don't. Tell me more.
Basically, a zebra is the term that medical professionals use for somebody who doesn't match the norm.
Oh,
so usually like horse versus zebra, right? So,
yeah.
And the Ehlers-Danlos syndrome people, they call themselves zebras because they are rare genetic diseases. So we had Michaela on and me, who's not formally diagnosed, and then our other guest who was also diagnosed. And since it's a rare disease, to have three of us in one room that didn't even know beforehand, it was just this fun conversation about like the experience of it. And I don't remember the other comment, but I remember the other comment. You were talking about the chronic pain and not being able to move. So all of April, I couldn't walk. I was stuck on the couch. And now I'm like moving and stuff.
Yeah.
But I remember after my accident, my whole body was in pain. I had chronic pain for 3 years. I could still barely move after doing so many doctors and so many things. That I remember the day in mindfulness class where the baby finger on my left hand let go of the tension. After 3 years of being in chronic pain from my accident, just that one baby finger let go. And to me, like, I bawled like a baby, but to me it was the symbol that things can change by shifting my relationship to the emotions where I'm trying to push away that pain. As soon as I stop pushing and I just put my arms down, my whole body can use that energy to heal.
Yeah. Yeah. We don't realize just how much we get in our own way with that. And we're taught like that. Like I just heard someone else saying the other, like, I don't want people to see me cry. Well, why not? Because it's a natural flowing. Like if you don't cry, it's like you're literally you're freezing those emotions in place. You're creating like dysfunction in your body. It's like we're mostly made of water. Like, let yourself flow. We're supposed to flow. We're not supposed to like be so rigid and be like, oh, got to do this, got to have it this, that. It's like we are supposed to be in movement and just letting ourselves be with it instead of trying to lock it down to the right way. And it's like, and I get it. Like that used to be me. Like, I'm going to do it the right way. And, this, that, and the other thing. Like, I'm going to get it there. Right. And like, and technically it was an achievement, but it was like, if the cost is so high, it kills you. Like, there was no life left in me, like crawling around my floor. There's no life left in doing that. You may reach your goal, but like, who cares? Like when it costs everything else.
I think Jennifer is smiling and laughing because we pulled a card in our last interview. And sometimes like the synchronicities with the cards are so much fun, but she pulled one and it was talking about flow. So then we guided the conversation in the last interview about flow. And then you just brought it up again. So
that's awesome.
Jennifer's just laughing. So then I'm going to ask you the same question that I asked the last guest.
Okay.
What does flow look like for you and your message moving forward? Similar question.
Moving forward
with it, yeah.
For me personally, or with working with people?
Whatever you want to answer.
Huh?
Whatever you want to answer.
Well, I think in general, it's like it very much is listening to how I'm being guided in each and every moment. And it sounds like it's easy, but there are so many messages coming at us all the time. So like, and this is where I feel like there is a little bit of diligence on my part to be like, shut it off, shut it down. Just, put the blinders on and just for the external noise so that I can listen more clearly for the stuff inside me. I'm such a firm believer that each one of us has something deeper that we don't even know is a gift for us, a perspective, a way of that's like a nugget of God that he basically gave each one of us a piece of wisdom on how to operate in the world. And it's like, unless you shut all the noise off of like what everyone else says it should be like, you can't ever really hear it. And it's like, and I feel like that even too, it's like, it, grows. It's like you learn more about it. So I feel like for me, being in flow is being very much in tune to that. And then being like, okay, we're doing that thing. Like if I'm being asked to do that, like then that's where the muscle comes in and be like, I really have to shut this, and just do those, do those things, like Stacey, do the thing, right? But outside of that is grace, just allowing yourself grace for the times where you don't, and turning it over and surrendering to like each moment as and being really aware of like, okay, there's a lesson in everything, because all of it's a growth. Like even if it went this way, maybe it's meant to go that way, even though you want and thought and should it go this way. It's like there is still something within that you are meant to gain from. There's always something that you're meant to gain from, even though it doesn't look like, or you don't like, or you think it's going to go one way and it goes another way. There's still a gem there. And like, whatever that is, it could be like, you may think you're supposed to connect with this person, but you connect with that person instead. And you're like, oh no. And it's like, well, you don't know what that's going to be like until after the fact. And just being like, I think it's being very in a place of, everyone talks about gratitude, but that's part of it, but it creates a place of appreciation for every experience, and being like, wow, like what, even if it doesn't feel great or it doesn't look like, be appreciative for the traffic that you're stuck in, and just be there in that moment, with all those, whatever it brings up for you. I'm lucky that I'm much better in that I used to be. I'm going to knock on something because now I'll be challenged with it, right? But like, just to be in those spaces and just to trust. I think that's the big thing. Trust, and just let go. Like, let go of whatever you think it's supposed to be, and just trust that whatever it is always for you, and it's always for your growth, and it's always for your healing, and it's always good.
It is always good. I actually saw a reel from Reese Witherspoon this morning, who was sharing something that she learned from something else that basically said, I get to be here in traffic. I get to go to work in the morning. I get to come home. I get to go to bed. I get to sleep with nice sheets, whatever it happens to be.
Yeah. Well, and like it's more than just, to me, it's more than just a mindset shift, but it's actually like you're being it's a place in beat. So you're being in the traffic, and you're like, you can appreciate that. Oh, I have a little bit more time. I can just breathe.
Yeah.
Like you're at a standstill. You can either go, or you're just like, oh, okay. Well, I know I'm going to get there on time because there is no late. It's always on time, right? So I have a few more moments that I can just relax because I'm not going anywhere in my car. So, okay, what's to take in this moment? It's actually taking that place of being and being present, and not like I've done way too many mental gymnastics. I try to get away from that because it's like, I'm always like, it's like creates more. I got a busy mind. So it's like, I don't need to worry about my mental gymnastics on top of my strategizing and all that. It's much easier for me to be like, okay, let's just be here.
It reminds me of when my husband and we go to the mall Christmas Eve, because usually it's crazy. People are like, oh my God, I need to do last minute Christmas shopping. And we just go. Sometimes we'll grab a cup of tea and he gets some coffee. We just walk around the mall. Why? Because then we get to be calm in the middle of the chaos. We're just like, look at them go.
Yeah.
Versus being upset. Okay, so I just want to check the time. Good, we have about 10 minutes. I had so many questions, and I'm just like, where do I start? I want to know about your painting.
Oh, my painting, yeah. So I do. So I'm an artist too. It's one of the ways that like I do that. It was one of the ways that opened up for me for healing. And so like such a great way to connect to those inner parts of yourself, and to allow the flow, to really allow the flow to come and move through. And I'll step aside this way. You can see it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's one of those things, how you don't really know like who you are because you're told who you are, what we talked about, like who your identity is.
Mm-hmm.
Painting is one of those things that, I mean, I always enjoyed doing, but like I never really had the feedback on, right? I was always kind of told, you know, like it wasn't really acknowledged, but it was something that I felt called to do. I'm like, oh, I just see these images of me painting like big, and this is a small one, but you know, typically like I have some really big pieces that
I want to do a big one.
yeah. I encourage you, invite you to do that because it is, oh, it's just, I feel like it gives a whole, painting in that way to me, it gives a whole deeper understanding to the way God works and the way everything works in the creation process. And, oh, but anyway, so it was one of those things that I didn't know, but then when I started doing, it was like I could feel it. Like I could feel instantly the time like evaporating and me being like just totally filled with joy and presence and like wisdom, like insights would come in as I was painting, and like I'd step back. Like the first one that I did, I was in this place of a little bit of grief because I lost some people, and at the same token I had this image of a butterfly for 2 years that I felt like I was supposed to paint, but I held myself back. But then I was being in this place of grief. I was just like, I mean, I had the materials, right? I had the canvas ready. But I didn't cross the line to actually start doing it. But it was in a place that the emotions were coming. So like, I was trying to contain, and for some reason, I just felt compelled to actually do it. And it was like this frenzy poured out onto the canvas. And when I stepped back, I was like, oh my gosh, who did that? Who did that? And you know, like I ended up doing it over my piano, and my piano tuner came, and that was like, it opened up the door, and I ended up going to a painting retreat to open creativity. And the lady was doing the exact thing that I had done accidentally. Like she was guiding people through what I was like, wait a minute. So I was just like, this is where I'm saying, like, we have these internal wisdoms that we don't necessarily know that we have, but like, if you're willing to go there, they open up for you. And so that was how the painting started coming for me. And so I started painting like crazy then after that. And my piano tutor ended up coming, and he saw my painting. He's like, you know what? I'm putting a new gallery together. Like he was building a new location. Would you like to to have your paintings be there and, to sell? I'm like, yeah, I've been waiting for you. Because they were stacking up all over the place. So yeah, my paintings are in his piano gallery, and yeah, they're for sale, and I've got a bunch of them. I got another set. I'm ready to do another release of a set pretty soon. They're getting all ready, photographed, and all that stuff. So it's been a huge part of my healing process and a huge part of the journey. And I feel like it's also it's totally a way to step and flow, even if you aren't an artist. So yeah.
I think arts is just, like, painting is really popular, but I think the arts is not talked about enough in the context of being able to share your message. Like, many people are like, you should write a book, you should write a blog, you should be on podcasts or be a speaker. There's so many other ways to get your message out there. And so I love when things like poetry or artwork or becoming a mentor, things like that come up in conversation.
Yeah, and I feel like art is unique in the sense that it bypasses all this, and it speaks right to the soul. It speaks right to the heart when you look at it, like especially abstract art. I mean, when you have the non-abstract, your other side of the brain can just start, okay, well, categorizing it. But when you have something that cannot be categorized, I feel like, I mean, that's kind of like, at least, the experience of like deep love and connection. It's hard to put words around it. But that's where it's like the paint for me is like, it's a way of like trying to like express that is within, that wants to be expressed. And yeah, and it's a way to try to capture that. And, it's not nearly as beautiful as the real thing, but it's the weak human attempt to do so.
But okay, I'm pretty sure you already know this, but I'm going to remind everyone, including myself, because I like the constant reminders, that over half of all communication is nonverbal,
Oh, yeah. Oh, that's
right?
interesting. Yeah.
So yet many of these times we keep talking about speaking and writing and podcasting, but we have to remember all the other stuff, the
Yeah.
nonverbal. How can we communicate our message with our clothing, with the way that we move, with the way that our energy is and how we present ourselves through the artwork, like et
Yeah.
cetera, et cetera. There's so
Well,
many layers.
yeah, and an interesting another thing that kind of I'm remembering now too, there was a study done on artwork and like how the brain perceives art.
Mhm.
And what they've shown is that, and I'm not exactly sure how they measured it, but that the experience that the artist has while they're painting, and a lot of my artwork has been through my own healing. It's so I'm going in the muck, right? And I'm making it. It's like, and this is you asked earlier, what are the gems? The painting has been a gem. Like it's been like where I end up standing out, and it's just like, wow, what seems like muck becomes something beautiful. And it seems like muck, but we just don't, it's not really, it's just because we're only seeing this little part in the big of the whole and through the process. So, but what they did is they measured the brain and like what a person perceives, how their brain responds to the artist, and they found it's identical. So whatever healing a person is having through doing the artwork, the viewer can also experience it in their brain. It's pretty.
That makes me feel so much better. We only have like 3 minutes, but I'm going to try to be quick. One of the arts I've been drawn to do is great big pieces of art. I read eyes, so I want to do like I can't think of the word, where it's not realistic, but it's kind of got conceptual. That's the word you said earlier, like a conceptual eyeball. But then I want to do, the bunch of little lines.
Yeah.
I want to write affirmations specific to the person buying the painting.
Yes.
After I do some energetic readings and some healing on them,
Yes.
for exactly what that person needs.
Yeah.
And then use their interests, their colors, their
Yeah.
affirmations, their energy healing, all in that. And then
it's interesting because I actually had a similar idea of like creating a piece, connecting with the person of what it is that they need, and then creating a piece that can be with them in their space for their healing and for their growth, for their next level.
Yeah. And then I want to write a handwritten letter because I love handwritten letters.
Yeah.
And put it inside the back of the painting. So whenever they need to, they can just pull it out and read the letter to themselves.
Oh, beautiful. Yeah. Beautiful. It's a nice reminder of everything that they're moving towards and who they are.
Yeah.
I love it.
So I want to make sure that we know where to find you and, of course, what your favorite way of communicating is.
I can be found on Instagram or Facebook, Katharina or KatharinaColmadine.com. It's spelled out there. I know it's not the shortest and easiest of names, but either one can be found out. And in terms of my favorite way of communicating, I'm still discovering that. But I am on Instagram. If you want to look at my art, some of my artwork is out there. And I'm still exploring it. I might be doing my own little podcasting and interviews. This has been so much fun. I'm surprised by this. my introverted self. This is another place of discovery for me. Like we're always discovering, right?
I love that we could play a role in this.
Yeah, me too. Who knew?
So then I always love to allow a little bit of space at the end of an interview, just to make sure, whatever's on your mind or in your heart has some time to come out. So if there's something that you need to leave people with after listening to this conversation today, what might that be?
I feel like I just need to say that connection is so important. This is just what I just feel like I need to say. And it's connecting to yourself, connecting to the divine, connecting to others, that unity. It's what we're here for. And that even connecting alone, it's not even having to do anything, but even the connecting alone can create such miracles in your life that you would never even begin to believe it.
Aww, I want some miracles. Now I'm thinking of the song "I Need a Miracle." I think it's like.
Oh, now you put in my, I need a miracle.
Do you know what song I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Oh,
I
yes.
do. Yeah.
Are you into dance music?
I like to dance. I don't know. I'm not crazy about the oota, 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 that kind of music.
Oh, that's like EDM.
But I do like to dance and have fun. Yeah, move the body, right?
Well, this has been such a delight. I really appreciate you being here, and especially for the fact that this is your first interview and that we get to be a part of that.
Yeah.
So
I'm so grateful that you reached out, and especially for me being like this being my first, and for you've made it so easy and so delightful, and it was so fun hanging with you guys. Yeah, I feel really grateful and blessed right now.
Oh, yay! I'm so excited. So thank you again, Katharina, and we'll chat after.
Yeah, sounds good. Bye.
Bye. Okay, I'm just gonna go grab my paper and then I'll bring up our next guest. It's like I want to make sure that I have the times correct, and flipping back from Eastern to Atlantic can be a little difficult. So I see that our next guest is in the backstage, but I don't see a camera. So Todd, whenever you are ready, put your camera on and give me a thumbs up, and I will bring you up to stage. So Jennifer, how was that? You have to unmute yourself, of course.
Yeah, I was just going to say I was muted there. Yeah, that was great. She has beautiful artwork. And I was also going to just say, you're about to bring up Todd, right?
Yeah, I'm just sending him a message privately.
Okay, perfect. So if I could just add real quick. So when she was mentioning about, beautiful messages, all I kept thinking that I was going to share too is clairsentience. So clairsentience is known as clear feeling, right? And I always call a person that is a clairsentient, they're a walking lie detector. So it's different than a clair empath. So a clair empath and a clair empath literally absorbs the energy either from a person or a room that they're around. So they literally feel the room, where a clairsentient has the emotions and feelings. So yeah.
I give both. I have so many of the Claires. Todd, I am messaging you in the private chat, but I also can't hear you. So what I am going to do is I'm going to add you to stage. I do know that your camera's not on, but we will figure it out together. Oh, Todd's trying something else. See? Love the tech issues. That's okay. We do our best. Oh, there we go. Just give me a thumbs up if you're ready. Awesome. Hi, Todd. You made it. Oh, I can't hear you, though.
Hi, Todd.
What if I add your other one? Maybe we can get sound from one and video from another. We will try it. Yeah, I can hear you now.
You can hear me?
Yeah, from your other one, but I can see you on this one. It's okay if we do double.
I don't understand. Okay, is this working?
This is working. Yesterday, we actually had my camera, like my phone, set up on a tripod beside me. I had to have headphones on just to make it work.
Yeah, I'm on this phone because my two other computers I have, it said I had to download something and I didn't have time. So here we go.
Oh, no worries. This works. You can hear us and we can hear you.
Okay.
So Todd, I love to start every interview off with a question just to kind of shake up your typical pre-programmed or elevator type pitches because it's fun.
Okay.
So yeah, just play with us and be curious. It's all good. So here's the question. If you could have other people describe you in 3 words, what would you love those 3 words to be?
Determined, kind, and compassionate.
Determined. I can't write that fast. Determined, kind. And did you say compassionate?
I did.
Okay. That was a good one from yesterday. So why do you want to be seen as determined, kind, and compassionate?
Well, I'm going to add 3 other words in there. I live my life ever since I got sober back in 1993. And those 3 words are empathy, humility, and gratitude.
Mm-hmm.
And by doing those 3 words, it's also allowed me to showcase my true self with my determination, my kindness, and my compassion. And I want people to embrace that, because when they embrace it for themselves and do something productive with it for themselves, good things come to them and to the world.
So now the natural question is, what productive thing have you done for yourself?
I quit doing drugs. I quit drinking. I figured out why I was choosing to use drugs as a coping mechanism, and it was to deal with a lot of trauma. My mom killing herself when I was a kid, my uncle killing himself, my aunt killing herself.
Oh, wow.
A lot of consequences due to my choice to use drugs and alcohol that caused more trauma. And when I realized that drugs weren't the answer for me, it gave me the ability to put that determination into self-betterment. And when I did that, it allowed me to form my nonprofit, Racing for Recovery, and be of service to other people. And that's really what we should be doing with life anyways.
So Racing for Recovery. Can you tell us more about that?
Racing for Recovery is it's a gift from God, if you will. It's an organization that I started simply to give back and help others get a sample or have an opportunity to create what had been graciously given to me. And that is to be able to live a life of not only inner peace, but to use our assets, as I said before, not only for ourselves, but for the greater good of mankind.
Can you tell us what that inner peace, since we talked about peace this morning too, what does that inner peace look and feel like to you?
Well, when I said that, I'm not at full inner peace yet.
None of us are, yeah.
Right? But inner peace to me means being confident in oneself, following life's purpose, being of service to other people, living life to the fullest every day, which I do, sharing hard-earned success with other people, basically being a 57-year-old man who takes responsibility, acts kid-like.
I love that. Actually, I had the pleasure and privilege of interviewing Dr. Joe Vitale a couple years ago on the show, and that was one of the things I loved about him, was no matter where he is, he just has this face and this smile that has childlike wonder to it, and it's so rare. So
Yeah.
how did you kind of get into that energy? Because with all that background, that seems a little far-fetched, but I know that you're there.
Well, when people, and at Racing for Recovery, we have about 80 people that live with us that are coming here for help, clinical licensed help. I'm a licensed professional clinical counselor, and our staff is all licensed in some capacity. So we have people that are coming here for help. They're showing up with nothing but a trash bag full of their belongings, and they're asking for us to help them build a life that they deserve, that they've unfortunately haven't yet discovered. And for me, it's just an obligation to give back. I don't believe when we've been fortunate enough to receive that it's our job to hoard it. It's our job to nurture it and then allow other people to have a taste of it. And that's, again, what my life is about. I'm thankful that I have been able to look at my mistakes, look at my flaws, do my best to change those. And again, utilize the goodness that is within me to be useful for other people to do the same.
Oh, 2 things I wanted to say on that. I went to a meditation night where they invited lots of people from lots of different religions and belief systems. And we did this practice where we're looking in each other's eyes, which was hard enough. And we said to each other, like, the light in me sees the light within you. I love you. I love you. I love you.
That's
and just, I know, right? That intimacy,
Yeah.
to just say that, like, I deserve love, and to see that light in somebody else, and even say that you see the light in somebody else, is so powerful.
Well, you can, even in your tone of voice, I can't really see you, and I'm like,
Okay.
so small, but I hear your voice, and that just hearing your voice, I know what kind of person you are.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what we're talking about today, right? It's just, just be a good human being. You don't have to hurt people. Go earn the life that you want. Don't take it from someone else who's done the work. Get up and go do it for yourself. And that's the other side of me that is very direct in that compassion. Compassion doesn't mean to enable. Compassion means I'm going to show you that you have the ability to do life for yourself and not depend on other people.
Yeah. The teach a man to fish versus give a man a fish. Yeah.
Yeah.
I love that. Now, you mentioned something earlier about these kids that come to live with you and them not feeling like they deserve things. Can you highlight just a little bit of that kind of experience? Because I know that as solopreneurs, we've been there. There's some part of us that has felt that or still feels that, and the imposter syndrome keeps coming in. So I know that it's related. So can you speak to that just a little?
Sure. Well, half of the Racing for Recovery mission is to prevent drug abuse in adolescence, and it's to show everyone who's been affected by addiction, including families and the community, that with sobriety, anything is possible. So in that, the world is full of people who are walking around and they may appear to be okay, but on the inside, they are destroyed. We deal with people who are coming from horrific backgrounds. Some of the things that I've heard people describe, it's horrific. And I want them to be heard. I want them to be understood and supported, that they can then learn to cope with those horrific events in a way that will induce creativity, productivity, not lead to self-destruction. And that's what people coming to Racing for Recovery experience. We don't say to them, well, you shouldn't have been doing drugs in the first place. You've ruined your life. I mean, we don't talk like that. We don't shame people who already feel shameful. We help to guide, support, motivate, educate, and knowledge in their own greatness to have them go out and live productive lives.
I like those two words that you used, creativity and productivity, because sometimes in conversation, it feels like they're oxymorons. Like they're so different that they don't entertain in the same room.
No.
So in your experience, how do you bridge the gap between the creativity and the productivity?
Well, it's like we talk a lot about motivation versus discipline. And with productivity, it's kind of that same thing. You can't be productive until you're creative. So when you take a creative mind and you apply productivity with the creativity, you're going to get success. Like somebody can, in their mind, I think of artists or musicians, they can have all these things in their head. They can have a beautiful song in their head, but if they don't write the lyrics and put the music behind it, there's activity. It's just creativity. So those two are definitely not the same. They are different, but when they come together as one, that's when things really start to catch on fire, so to speak.
That's when they make music and people start to dance.
Right. Yeah.
We were just talking about that with Katharina before you came on, her and her art. So I love how the conversations flow from interview to interview. It's just so beautiful.
Well, when you're surrounded with people that are like-minded, it's basically the same conversation.
But every single one of them is fun, and I love that. Yeah. So Todd, I did also hear that you did Ironmans and lots of other things that I don't know the titles to.
Uh, yeah, I just finished my 118th Ironman event in
Oh wow.
lovely Muncie, Indiana last Saturday. And prior to my choice to use drugs and alcohol, I was a hockey enthusiast. I loved hockey. For a long time, it was a lifeline. And then again, my choice to use drugs, I threw that whole thing away. So in my recovery, I chose to do the Ironman triathlon because of the enormity of it. And little did I know that by doing this extraordinary event, it would lead to some media attention, that the response from that media attention led to me having an opportunity to create Racing for Recovery, and then being productive with that creativity. I've turned this into a worldwide nonprofit that is being assistance to people. So that's how I got started in Ironman. I continue to do it because I love traveling the world. I love learning about new cultures. I love showing my kids what really can be done when you're not only being creative but being productive. I'm going to use this a lot, I guess, moving forward. But I like taking the Ironman mentality and having people apply that mindset to their own quote Ironman their own way.
Iron Man their own way. When I think of Iron Man, of course I go to the whole Marvel character. So I'm picturing like jets, and of course I mesh that with Astro Boy from the 80s.
Yeah.
This is what I'm picturing.
Funny, I have to share this story with you, and then I'll clarify what Iron Man is,
Sure.
what it isn't. But I was on a flight coming home from somewhere. The lady asked me what I was doing, and I said, well, I just got done doing an Ironman. And she looked at me and she said, well, you don't look that strong. You're small.
See? Yeah.
So the Ironman in my world, you swim 2.4 miles, you bike 112 miles, and then you run 26 miles. So that's what an Ironman, which is actually a triathlon. Everybody's heard of a triathlon, but Ironman is a version of a triathlon, if that helps to clarify it.
I had an old co-host at the beginning of this Blue Talks journey. His name is Scott McDermott, and he would do a lot of Ironmans, a lot of triathlons, and he would tell me all the names of these things and what it meant. But of course, I only remember the Ironman one because I always mistake it exactly for what you just said. It's something for strength because my husband loves the powerlifting.
Mm.
So it's like, oh, wait, no, it's the other thing. Okay.
Well, I'll use the word strength. This is not.
Oh, it's interior strength.
Oh yeah.
Oh.
That's one thing that people really don't fully understand. The Ironman is probably about 10% physical and 90% mental. So you have to have mental strength to do these things, not so much the physical strength.
How do you build that mental strength to go through that? Because I'm one of those people, I love to lift heavy. My body doesn't really let me at the moment. But the thing that stops me is, of course, my mind. And it's been getting worse and worse depending on all the chaos, of course, in my life. So how do you speak to somebody, especially right here with the solopreneurs and entrepreneurs who desperately need that mental strength, not just for themselves, but for their communities as well? How do you build that?
I'm a big believer in choice, and unfortunately, our graveyards and our bars are full of a bunch of people who have beautiful, creative minds who just sit around and waste it by not being productive with it. So when you ask me how do you do that, you get up and you do it. You
Just do it. Yeah.
And that's it. I know it sounds direct and maybe a little bit cliche, too easy, but when I picked up triathlon, I didn't like running, I didn't know how to swim, and I didn't own a bike. So I learned how to swim. I
Yeah.
like, and I learned how to like running because I wanted to do stuff. So what separates those from those that don't is putting action behind the mindset that says, I hope to, I wish I could, I'm thinking about, and they actually get up and go do it.
Yeah. I'm going to apply this to something that I'm going through right now. I love to sing, and I love power vocals. Not just singing. No. I want to like belt out a song. But at the same time, I'm really nervous to sing in public because I haven't done so since high school. So you were talking about writing music earlier. I wrote some lyrics as my introduction to the Corey's Experts Bootcamp and did it on day 3. And of course, I wanted to just hide the entire time. But I knew that if this is something that I love and something that I want to do, I got to practice. I got to keep going out there. I don't have to look at the camera. I can look away if I need to. But yeah, that practice.
Well, if you were on my show, I would very highly, strongly encourage you to be singing it right now. So, but you're right. I think of Jim Morrison, whether you're a Doors fan or not, and I kind of like them or what have you. But when they first started, he sang with his back towards the audience because he hadn't yet found his stride. And eventually he turned around and faced the crowd and all that. So there's a lot of people who have extraordinary talents, and they just need a little support and a little compassion, as I said earlier, and good things will happen. So I look forward to the world hearing you sing more.
I can send you a little sound clip that I sent to Jennifer the other day. That's the step I'm at is, okay, instead of just doing it for myself, what are those few people that I trust that wants me to share with them and send it to them?
Right.
And that's where I'm at. And I sent Jennifer a little clip the other day.
It's like, I hear a lot of people that'll say, and I'm sure you guys do, someone will say, I want to, and then you fill in the blank, I want to paint, I want to travel. And I'm like, then go do that. Yes, it is that simple. If you want to sing, sing. If you want to paint, paint. If you want to run. If you want to, then go ahead and go out there and do that. And if you don't do it, and this may sound harsh, I don't want to hear you complain about not doing it.
So true. I mean, it hurts only because it's self-imposed hurt, but it's so true. So what are some of those things besides your triathlon and beside your charity? What are some of those things that you love that you would love to get into?
That's a good question. I don't know if there's anything left that I want to get into. I encountered somebody recently who climbed Mount Everest. I actually thought about that over the years, but I've become more wiser, I think, in some of my endeavors, and I feel like a cat that's already spent 8 lives, and I don't want to risk the 9th. But I looked at what this person has done, and I think, well, how can I enhance what I'm currently doing? So when we're talking about Ironman or music, I've been fortunate enough to meet some of my musical heroes. I've written 6 books when I never had any intentions on being a writer. I never thought I would be alive, let alone having my own nonprofit and 4 amazing kids and great coworkers. So I don't know really what's left for me to do that's new, so to speak. I'm just trying to enhance what I've already been doing.
Nice. No, I like that you already know that instead of trying something new. Because it's a different type of passion to just lean in and lean in and lean in. So Todd, you also mentioned that you never thought you'd be a writer, but yet you have books.
Yep.
What changed your mind?
Well, my first book, entitled From Attic to Ironman, came out in 2006. And well, I'll tell you what it was. And this goes back to my drill sergeant mentality. I was in Newsday, New York, after I had been featured in the New York Times, and the author of the article for Newsday, I heard, was a writer. And I basically said to him, hey, you did a good article in the Newsday story. I appreciate you. You're going to write or help me co-write my first book, because somebody had mentioned to me, hey, you should write a book to tell your story. And literally that's what happened. I remember him telling me, I don't have time, I can't do it. And I heard him and respectfully said, well, you're going to do this. And he did it. And but that's a,
Oh,
and I do want to say this because it's relative. I got turned down by 38 book publishers.
yeah.
I kept every single rejection letter until I found the 39th one that said yes. And I kept that letter and threw the other 38 away. So again, it's that don't quit, keep going, keep persevering, stay driven, and good things will happen.
Okay, this question is going to be more like personal advice. So what is your relationship with rejection?
My relationship with rejection or being told no is a yes, just hasn't happened yet.
Ah.
I don't use the F word, meaning failure. I mean, you haven't succeeded yet.
Yeah.
No just means a better yes is coming. That's it. And I can give you plenty of examples of where, well, I just gave you 38 of them right there.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
A better yes is coming. Somebody should put that in the comments. Rejection is one of my core wounds, and it's one of those reasons why I started my business. So I talk a lot about courageous connection, but all of the skills and all of the directions that I've gone in life is because the emotional thread of trying to go from rejection to connection. And so I love hearing other people's perspectives on what that looks like for them. Have you heard of Jen Gottlieb? I don't know if I'm saying her last name correctly.
Yes, she was on Celebrity Rehab. Are we talking about her? Is that the same girl?
I actually have no idea. Maybe.
Okay. Go ahead.
Anyway, she had this reel that she had put up, and it was similar to what you just said about the 58 rejection letters. She's like, every time I get a rejection email from a speaking opportunity that I've gotten, she's like, I think of it this way. They're going to have to pay more for me next time.
That's good.
And I'm like, oh, wow. I
Good.
love that perspective. Like,
Well,
just because they're saying no now doesn't mean no forever, and later means more of this.
That's true. And if, as we're talking, I'm thinking about this too. Why do we have to determine as rejection as opposed to the person who's, quote, rejecting us? It's really about them. It's not about us. So we don't even have to take that as rejection or we're not good enough, but rather just look back at the person and say, well, I'm sorry that you don't see the value yet in yourself to see the value in somebody else.
Ooh. One of the books I just started reading is called Worthy by Jamie Kern Lima. Like, I didn't even get into chapter 1 yet, but I had a conversation with Heidi, and it was just a really bad day. She's like, I'm just about to get on a flight, but I have a little bit of time. Call me. So I cried for 5 minutes because I didn't want to. And then I called her anyway. And she's like, look, Laura, basically, this is what she said. She's like, you're really confident in your skills, but you have very little self-worth.
Wow.
And I was like, wow, to have somebody see me where I was at, to recognize that fine line difference, and to give me not just the here's what I see, but also here's the next step so that I don't feel stuck there. That kind of help and support is what I'm feeling and seeing and hearing from you and how you're describing your charity and your work.
That's actually compassion. What that lady kindly did for you was not condemn, criticize, or any of that.
No.
It's compassion with guidance and support and all that stuff that gives us then the opportunity to improve, right?
Yeah. Like, it's those moments. I don't know how I'm going to call them roommates. I don't know how your roommates are feeling, but I know that I felt very seen and understood in that moment. And I'm pretty sure you use those words, but not quite in that exact context. So
we hear that all the time from people to us. Yeah. Thank you for listening. I can't believe you remembered my name or that you remembered this was my goal. And that's compassion, right?
Actually, I saw a Facebook reel about a comedian, and he was saying how he loved this singer. I don't remember the name because I'm not familiar. He loved this person, loved this person. Oh, they were on Broadway. And he sent them a handwritten letter when he was a kid, forgot about it for 10, 15, maybe even 20 years, somewhere around there, went to college, and then this person sent them a letter.
Mm.
And on the day that that singer died, his therapist from 20 years ago called him to check to see if he was okay.
Beautiful.
I was like, wow, like that level of detail and caring and compassion, as you were saying, it's so magical and means so much for people.
Agreed. That's what it's about right there. Beautiful story. Yes.
Oh, like I never know how these things are going to tie in, but they always do. They always do.
It doesn't.
So yeah. Yesterday we were talking about teachers and how some of them have said some really bad or nasty things to us. So then we also decided that today we would touch on the things that teachers, especially high school teachers, have told us that were positive or maybe a positive moment with them. So have you ever had a positive moment with a high school teacher or somewhere in that realm?
I won't say high school. I'll say college. I
That
didn't
works.
have confidence with academia, and I knew I was going to need an education. I didn't necessarily want an education, but I had to go back to school. And the first class that I was in, it was the first day, and I listened to everything. And I started saying, I can't. And I went up to the teacher afterwards. Her name was Barbara Maston. And I said, I'm going to drop out. I can't do this. And I'll never forget this. She said, Todd, you can do this. You will do this. And I'm going to help you do this. And it was because of her that I carried on for not only my bachelor's, but allowed me to go get a master's degree, which if I didn't get, I wouldn't be in the seat that I'm sitting in right now.
Aww.
Step further. It was about 10 years later. I was in a restaurant here in Toledo, Ohio, and Racing for Recovery had been going for a number of years. And I saw her in the restaurant and I told her what she had done for me. And she said, I've been watching your success since you started this. That's pretty cool.
That's so cool. And it just reminded me of one of my university professors who kind of did the same thing. He saw that I was struggling, reached out to me privately, which was really nice, didn't shame me publicly, and was like, look, I want you to come to my office every Tuesday and Thursday, and I will tutor you. Like, we will get through this, because he knew that my head was not there, that I was a smart person, but my head was not there. And I forgot all about him until you just shared that story. Now I want to send him one of my books.
There you go.
And just be like, look, like, thank you so much for just being there in those times where things were dark.
Yeah, I mentioned empathy, humility, and gratitude. Successful people did not get there by themselves.
Oh God, no.
You can, and I'm an extremely driven person, which I mentioned earlier, but that drive, yes, I did achieve some stuff on my own, but I've achieved way more with other people who have been kind enough to support me, who are better than me in certain areas. That's why I have the success that I truly have. I believe in a we versus a me mentality.
Mm-hmm. Our mutual friend Corey, whose show this is, Corey Poirier, I met him back in 2016 at an event that he was speaking at. And this is me. So of course I have a nonverbal way of getting the speaker to come to me after they speak on stage. So that's what happened. And he came and he talked to me and he's like, I want to take you under my wing. So we started chatting. He started telling me about the speaking business and all of that, which is what I wanted to do. But he has been one of the only people to support me over the last 8 years.
Wow.
Not just on the good days, but on those bad days where I tend to hide. We talked about this earlier with somebody else, where you're just like, I'm too busy in my own little world. And he would reach out and say, hey, how you doing? I'd love to invite you to this. I haven't seen you in a while. Would love to see your face. Right. And it didn't matter where I was. He would still send those messages and still check in. And now I'm hosting a show. So like, I'm so grateful to him and the Blue Talks community for not just the opportunities, but the types of people that it attracts. And I think that's also why you're here, Todd. Is Corey's attracting those types of people so that we can all be around more people like you and more people like Jennifer.
I love it. Yep.
Yeah.
Agree.
So then we have about 10 minutes-ish left. So I want to make sure that we share whatever it is that was in your head or on your heart that you needed to share. Can you just repeat for us so I make sure that this lands for people? What is your core message?
My core message is that people who are suffering from any form of self-harm, whether it's drugs, alcohol, gambling, cutting, shopping, what have you, there is an underlying emotional disturbance going on that needs to be not only supported, it needs proper licensed clinical educated assistance to explain the impact of trauma while simultaneously having the compassion and the experience and the resources to help people not only cope effectively, but live lives that they never thought were possible. So it kind of goes back to what I talked about earlier, healing from the hurt while simultaneously unleashing the good that is desperately looking to come out of us and let the world see it and benefit from it. That's basically the Racing for Recovery message. It's my clinical mindset behind what I'm fortunate enough to do. It's the drive behind everything that I personally and professionally do. People just need a chance to shine.
I love that. Just releasing the good. I love the imagery that comes with that. When I talk about client creation versus finding clients, so, you create them through relationships. And one of the metaphors I use is that old version of you is still busy trying to hide things. And that's where that disconnection lies. So picture like a closet in the corner of your room, and you're trying to shove everything in there. And it's so full that you can't fit anything else. And you're too busy using one hand, and then eventually two hands, and then eventually your whole body. How can you be over there at the opposite side of your room where all of the cool stuff, good stuff, wonderful, badass stuff is happening if you're too busy trying to shut this door and keep it closed? You have to let it go. You have to clean it out. And then you can go and be and do and have all the things. Yeah. Is that a video?
Yes.
Gotta love that.
When you're multitasking, you're failing at something else.
It's all good.
Sorry about that.
No worries. Sometimes things happen. Yesterday, my cat decided to vomit on my bed. Live in the middle of interviews. And sometimes he'll pass out, so I have to go check. So when I heard it happening, I was like, okay, just give me a minute. Things happen. Life happens. I'm so glad you're here, Todd. What is your favorite way of communicating, and where do we find you?
I am Sober Ultraman on Instagram. I'm Sober Ultraman on Twitter, but I don't do a lot on there. So, sorry, Instagram is the thing for me. Sober Ultraman. I'm on Facebook, Todd Crandall, racingforrecovery.org, toddcrandall.com. Get a hold of me. Our books are on Amazon. We have a weekly live stream support group meeting every Thursday night on the Racing for Recovery YouTube page. Podcasts on our YouTube page. Lots of good stuff out there to help people be the best version of themselves.
So I'm hearing that you're a writer, and I also know that you're a speaker. But did I read in your email tag that you do cameos? What is that all about?
Hello.
Hi, can you hear us?
Have Herbster
Can you hear
call
us
you
now?
real quick. Tell him, give me 1 second. Sorry, I'm here. Sorry.
No, no worries.
I've got to get into a group in a second. Go ahead.
Yep. My question was, I saw that you're a speaker, and I heard that you're a writer. But then I also saw, if I'm remembering correctly, at the end of the email tag,
Now I can't hear you.
cameos.
What happened?
I can put it in the. Let's put it in the chat. We had to do this before.
We lost the sound.
I heard you do cameos.
Can you hear me? I can't
Yeah.
hear. I can't hear you guys.
Look in the chat. Chat. Am I going the right direction,
Yes,
Jennifer?
I do cameos. Yes, I do. Thank you. Yep. I love doing cameos. They're great.
What kind of cameos?
Technology. What a trip. Anything anybody wants cameo wise, I'll do. Motivational cameos. We could do some funny stuff. Whatever somebody needs, I'm willing to do it.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Love that style of sharing your message. No. Gotta love this message. There we go.
It's good. It's a good modality. I like it too. Yep. As this is, even though we're now getting into me reading a question and responding to it. I appreciated being on with you guys, and I love just sharing a kind message with kind people. It's good.
Been great connecting with you, Todd, and you're doing
That's funny. Yeah.
Amazing work.
Text questioning is a good thing. I'm actually, I've got to get into one of our mental health groups right now, but I really appreciate you guys having me on.
There. I wrote a much love. Thanks.
Thanks, guys. Have a good day. Take it easy.
Bye, Todd. I love this. See, you never know what's going to happen.
It's so true.
And this isn't, I wrote to him, I was like, this is not the first time that we have had to do an entire interview by writing questions in the chat. And then thankfully, our guest was one of those people who could just roll with it.
Yes.
So it turned out beautifully, but it doesn't always happen that way.
Yes.
But that particular time it did. I told you, I have so many stories.
Yes. I love your stories.
So I'm just going to double check. This is why I needed this. Okay. My time zone, that time zone. So next up, we have Sophia, who should be here in a few minutes.
Okay.
But this means that you and I have some time to chat. And in between like this, I like to do recaps.
Okay.
But you haven't said a whole lot. So I'm going to ask you, what are some of the things that stood out to you today?
Oh, yes. Well, I didn't want to interrupt or throw the groove off.
You gotta come into the conversation.
Yeah. Amazing speakers and guests that you've had today. Well, first of all, you do such a beautiful job of hosting. You're a beautiful host. I love not only your energy, but just the way that you get everybody engaged, each of the speakers, and you really tune in to their energy, their personality, their delivery style. So well done. I love it.
I am a well-trained mirror.
Oh,
yay,
sorry, I missed that.
Trauma. I said I'm a well-trained mirror. Yay, trauma.
Yes, I totally get it. So that's actually when Todd was talking as well. Yes, with trauma, as we know, it has such a huge impact, but it's an amazing path that he is on and purpose that he's fulfilling. It's beautiful what he's doing.
I know. I didn't know a whole lot about it. Some of my favorite things is not researching people before I do the interview.
Yes.
I know that even the most famous people in the world, there are people that don't know who they are.
Yeah.
And so me not knowing them either gives me that authentic representation of those who have never met them before. Right. And then we can explore together, and it becomes this magical thing where instead of me asking them about the thing that everybody always asks them about, sometimes we take different directions and we go different places, and it's really fun.
Yes, I love how you do that. That's awesome. Literally, like as you were saying, there's some common messages and themes today, and also going with the flow, right? So that's awesome that you do.
Flexibility is fun. That's what Heidi said.
It is.
We do have our next guest in the background. So hi, Sophia. Just give me a thumbs up if you're ready to come to stage.
Okay, awesome. And I'm just going to refill my water. So
Sure.
I'll be right back. Hi,
Yeah.
Sophia.
Hello, Jennifer. Hello, Laura.
Hi. Right now, I wish I had AC in this room, not the other rooms. That's why I'm wearing a dress today. It's been like record-breaking heat here all week.
And here is?
East Coast of Canada.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
Dallas,
Where
Texas
are
right
you?
now. Dallas, Texas. We're used to the heat. Yes.
Oh, it's like 100 degrees Fahrenheit here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Welcome to
Yeah.
my location world.
Yeah, but I'm like up and next to the ocean. We should not be feeling these.
Yeah. And I'm in BC. So, and just so you know, so speaking of heat, I've been drinking so much water and I need to refill. So I'll be right back.
Oh.
Okay. So see you guys in a second.
Thank you.
Okay, so Sophia, I like to start off every interview with my same favorite question, because what it does is it kind of shakes up everything that you've pre-planned or preconceived about what you thought.
No planning, but let's go for it.
And really what it does is it's asking people to be curious and to play with me, but in a very fun and loving way. So here's my question, if you're ready.
I'm in.
Okay. So if you could have other people describe you in 3 words,
Okay.
what would you love those 3 words to be?
Other people describe me. 3 words. Okay. Joyful, fun, filottimo.
Filottimo?
Filottimo. Philotimo.
Is that Italian?
Greek. Ancient Greek. Ancient Greek, actually.
I can write in ancient Greek.
Well, this isn't your English version, what I spelled out, but sure, yes.
Okay, yeah. No. I don't know ancient Greek language. No. I went to my old dictionary back in the 80s, 90s. And at the beginning of each chapter and each letter, it would show you what that letter would be in 20 different languages all throughout history.
Ooh.
And so there was one that said ancient Greek. And so I memorized all the runes so that I could write notes to my friends, and the teacher didn't know what we were saying.
That's so fun.
And then when the teacher learned ancient Greek, I started using Dwarven from Lord of the Rings. And then when they learned Dwarven, we started using Elven.
Oh my gosh. That's
I never
fun.
learned Klingon. No, that's too much.
That's fun.
So I love that this conversation could go anywhere. It's the best part. You said joyful, fun, and filottimo?
Filottimo.
With the emphasis on the lot. Okay.
Yes.
What does that mean, first off? And then why joyful, fun, and filottimo?
Okay, so filottimo, ancient Greek word, over 3,500 years old, and it's an untranslatable word. So it comes, yes, it is untranslatable. So it comes from like philo, friend, love, and dimi, which is to honor. And so bringing that and helping people understand it's a love of honor is kind of like that broad, paintbrush stroke. It goes so much deeper though. So as you listen to the word like filottimo and you pay attention to your body, like your body's going to respond to it. It's like soulful. It's like awakening. It's alive. It's like, yes, open. I'm home. It's open. Exactly. And so having that ancient word and knowing it, being taught it, been living it since I was a little kid. So I brought it to the modern day and really activated it in my life and with clients and anything I do. So I could see, how could I bring this to the world? Because if it's ancient Greek, and if you're outside of the Greek bloodline, how could I make that bridge, to that gap of having no understanding? And so that modern day is like love of honor. It's like honoring your journey and just honor blank. And the more you put that into like a concept, it's really again, broad strokes. It's really that high virtue. It's that one thing that if you really practice and that core value, if you believe in, it literally activates all aspects of your life. And so that's the very short version of a very untranslatable ancient concept.
I love this question because not just the words, but how you explain the words tell me about your values, tell me about you as a human being, how you show up in the world, how you want other people to see you. And like we get snippets and little insights of your message and your business in all of that before you even tell us. So if you're ready, Jen, I'll bring it back up.
I'm ready.
There we go. Okay.
Let's do this.
Awesome. So then, yeah, why joyful, fun, and this is a new word, Jen. Velotimo.
Let's go, Jen. Let's go.
So why those words?
So, again, you're onto something there, Laura.
Maybe.
I
didn't do it on purpose.
Yeah, exactly. I do embody the word. It's like it is in my business. It is in my daily life. It was ignited, from my father. I use him in a past tense because he did pass it 3 years ago. And so again, legacy and, the reason, why is that one of my words when you ask me that question? Well, because I'm in legacy right now. Like when he passed, I whispered in his ear, I'm going to teach Philotimo and really ignite the word I said. Everything to the world with your last name on it.
I love this part. That was my favorite.
Yeah, it's like, I am a real human being. I am zero AI right here. Okay. So
that's what I want to know. I want to know who Sophie is.
Yeah.
I don't want to know your set of skills for hire. I mean, I do, but I don't want you to feel used. I don't ever want a business.
No, I live literally authentic, aligned life, and there's no way, some people can try to and shake that groove, and it's okay. That's I honor someone's journey, honor the journey. Let them unshake you.
Okay, I'm just gonna like dance. I don't know why. Like you must have that energy.
Because fun, joyful, Philotimo. I think you're getting when you ask the question. Yes. I think awesome. You're getting it. Yeah,
that's awesome. I just so I'm wearing non-waterproof mascara, so I might look like a raccoon pretty soon. So just
it's okay, because this is where I say, it's an insult when I have a client. I say it's an insult that I haven't seen you cried, because one of the type of cries, I call them two type of cries, but one of the cries is it's that release of the soul celebrating hearing truth. Yes. So that's one of my famous quotes. It's your soul celebrating hearing truth.
Soul celebrating hearing truth.
So imagine all the different times that you've cried, and then you're like, oh my gosh, and you just sit there and you're looking up. Why am I crying? Why am I crying? Because your soul is celebrating hearing truth.
Or you're pregnant.
Well, and that's soul celebrating hearing truth. You just lost some of your freedom, and you're zero going to sleep for the next 2 years, but it's okay.
I remember so many days where I'm just sitting in the chair doing absolutely nothing, and then just boom, either waterworks or I'm laughing hysterically and I fall off the chair.
And so there you go. I mean, who knows? Because here's, actually, can I just say, when you're pregnant women do that, I say it's your soul celebrating the hearing truth. And they're like, how's that? I was like, because you have another soul there. So how are they going to celebrate their truth? Well, you are the vessel. You are the one who gets to express it.
What if I'm a redhead and we go with the stereotype that I have no soul? And what if she's a redhead and we go with the stereotype that she has no soul? So if there's no soul and there's no soul, then there's no soul.
Here's where I say, prove it.
Yeah.
I tell
And then
people
we'll
all
have a
the
deeper discussion. So I'm like, that's like a whole other.
Oh, I know, I know. I tell people, I'm like, I have at least 2 soles, one on the bottom of each foot.
That's hilarious.
I know, I know. Okay, so Sophia, how does you started to lead into this? So how does the joyful, fun, and philottimo lead into the core message that you want to share with people?
So I have a formula that I run my life, the clients that I work with, and the projects. So it's the change makers, entrepreneurs, the light workers, those that are in that arena, impact impact makers. Plus, okay, so now we have a plus, positive impact on humanity. So we have that identity plus positive impact on humanity plus fun in capital letters, FUN, caps, equals Sophia's all in.
Oh, you made that an acronym.
Uh-huh. So that's my formula. Sophia's all in.
So what does the apostrophe stand for? Is that pause?
It's just a
a little wink. There we go. Just wink at people.
Exactly. See, you're getting it. Yes.
No,
that's where that comes from. Really.
You make me want to wear flowers and dance.
Yes, and break out in the song.
Well, it's like this. If the soul celebrating hearing the truth, and that's your truth, this is what I mean by I just did my job. Thank you so much, Laura. Thank you so much, Jennifer. Have a great day.
No, I want to play more. This is a lot of fun. So I want to dive deeper just into, I love that core message. So Sophia is all in. Individual words. Okay. No, not is. It's apostrophe, right? Sophia's all
Sophia's
in.
All in.
All in. So if we take that core message, and I know that you're sharing it, and the typical things is people tell you, oh, you should write a book, and oh, you should do a podcast, or oh, you should write a blog. What kinds of ways have you decided to share your message?
So I'm in this transition of life right now. So I came in as a musician, literally came in. I was, 2 years old, rocking it out with the Lawrence Welk show. I said, I started being a rock star at 2, creating different instruments. And so that was very much of who I was at that time. And then when you bring it back into this, time, all my life, it's always a theme. Music is a theme. How do you express yourself? And so choosing the language that'll, shift a vibration, shift your perspective. Music can do that very easily because everything's a frequency. And I came in conscious. So I'm of a different breed. I literally came in conscious. So when people are trying to figure themselves out, I came in with this knowingness. I came in with that conscious observer. When you hear that word, like, hey, observe who you are, and people are like, what does that mean to observe? I'm like, oh, that's just consciousness. That's really the awakeness. And so I came in like that. So here I am, little toddler, like, oh, and knowing, like, literally it was about 2.5-ish years old when I had my first memory of being able to communicate with the cosmos, to be able to hear my mother, to know what she's going to say before she's going to say it, and then answer her question before she does it. Or I would do what she wanted to do before she asked me of it. So I was like almost at 3. And so that person, that Sophia, that conscious Sophia, had so many different ways to express. And so this is why it came like a bottleneck for me now, because literally, I did take care of my father. He had, undiagnosed vascular dementia. I finally got the top doctors that would listen to somebody like me, a medical intuitive, and say, like, I've been doing this for a lifetime. So how about this? Let's try this out, because this is what I think my father's going through, instead of all these other diagnoses that people try to, label him with. So once I got that formal one, I said, thank you very much. And no worries, he's still going to be around. I've already saw the vision when I was 17 of when he's going to be, heading out to the, next plane of fun. So, so I expressed in certain ways when he was alive. And so now, again, it's been 3 years. And so all the different healing, all the different transformation that I needed to do, I put on hold a lot of my life. And so to express is finding that way of using music. So like guided meditation with different genres, because no one's doing that and understands how to do it very effectively. So, because again, I'm using my gifts. So, I speak 8+ billion languages. So I do soul speak. So I have 8 billion languages under my belt that I can tap into. So using that, having that knowledge, and then being able to harness that consciousness that I've already came in with, and being able to put that through music, being able to do that with my clients on a different level now, where it's I call it get the teachers to teach that ancient wisdom to awake. They have it in them. So it's like train the trainers. It's like you have these tools, and the Filotimo movement is really, where I land right now. It's teaching you how to speak with your soul. It's teaching you to bring that out. It's teaching you to activate the gifts and the knowingness in a very rapid way, so you can be able to be part of the conversation and moving the needle of consciousness right now in humanity. And so that's where I'm in that transition, speaking a lot. I mean, I saw the opportunity and I just said yes. I have no idea who, Laura Lake is, but I just say yes.
Yes.
So whenever I have opportunity to speak, I speak. Unlike a lot of clients and other former speakers, I guess, because now they kind of said, oh, this is too hard to do. It's like, no, you just speak. You create your own opportunities. You go to a group, so that's the expression. I'm doing a lot of, charity work. I've been for years on the advisory board here at Boys and Girls Club of East Dallas. So I've been mentoring kids. I speak to them again, because my genius is be able to speak different languages. So I'll speak to the 5 to 7, the 7 to 10, instead of waiting for that gig to come, like when people say they're speakers and you're waiting. Now is the time. Get on, like I'm here. It's unpaid speaking gig, and I'm fine with it because I'm here for messages. I'm here to play. When you play, that's the expression, and teaching people that it's okay to do things that are unconventional. So I'm in that transition right now and honing it in. I've again, all the things that I've been wanting to do, it's like I'm doing it now so I could see where the expression really speaks to me. So I continue to speak, been doing that for a lifetime. Music, doing that for a lifetime, but finding that I'm bringing into the expression. And retreats. So I've started my retreats in Greece, and I just had one in Greece and Sicily. So, and doing those, around the US and of course globally. And so it's just creating experience of people and showing them you can be anywhere and have an experience, literally. And so that's, those are the few places that I express in, and the clarity is coming now. So I'm working on that, really bringing it down for clarity. So in the next month, there will be a lot more clarity, but as long as it's activating the legacy and going very public with the Living Filotimo lifestyle, that's the core vision. And how it gets expressed, it could be in different ways, and in film, because I have done different documentaries. So we'll see.
I love a good documentary, but I also know that Jennifer has a lot in common with you based on what you just said. So I will just leave the mic up to you for a while, Jennifer.
Yay.
Thank you, Laura. So that just like Laura said, as soon as I heard you start talking, Sophia, I felt a connection even before you started talking, actually. So I am a Sagittarius. So I don't know if you're probably familiar with the Sagittarius sign, but we're known for speaking the truth and
Ah,
nothing but the truth. And so, as I said, I felt a very strong connection. I just didn't know what it was. And then you started sharing. And then I hear legacy, and I'm like, holy crap. Because, yes. So I don't want to take away from your interview and your time, but just in a nutshell, there's a lot of common similarities here. So my dad actually passed 5 years ago. My dad had dementia. Later today, I'm going to be sharing about his story. Same thing with legacy, because he actually had a very specific message about dementia. So I was actually able to audio record the last 4 days of his life, and he had no dementia the last 7 days of his life. And he was able to share with myself and my family what it was like for him having dementia. So, and the night before he passed, I shared with him that he didn't know I was a medium as well. He knew I was highly intuitive and highly sensitive, but he didn't know I was a medium. So the night before he passed, I told him, Dad, show me the butterflies. So I don't know if you can see here. There's a butterfly
yeah,
on my
yes,
room.
yes, yes.
Yeah.
It's small. Yes.
Yeah, thank you. So I said to my
Beautiful.
dad, I said, show me the butterflies anytime you want to get my attention. And I said, be gentle with me when you first cross over, because it's different when I'm working with clients. I said, you're my dad.
Yes.
So be gentle with me. Give me some time. So when you were talking about how you put some things on hold, same thing. I put some things on hold because I could talk about it for 5 hours, but I won't. But the healing journey has,
Yes.
I feel there's a lot of similarities what you and I have been experiencing. Even though our journeys are unique and individual, I do feel there's some similarities. And as I said, I also very in tune with energy, and I felt it before you even started talking. And I was saying to myself, actually, as I was refilling my water, I was saying, what is it? Because I could feel it. I just didn't know what it was. Now I know what it is.
It's being revealed. Yes, and so you understand that in some people, when you hear hold, you hear, oh, don't use excuses, don't do this, don't, it's that negative word, do, and apostrophe T. And I'm
Yes.
like, there's no holding with the under, it's like you are zero Sophia Stavron. So to explain the Sophia Stavron is, when I say I came in conscious, I was his person. I knew exactly what he was thinking. I knew exactly. So when he was going back and forth into the conscious world and the unconscious with his dementia, it's like I was his person. I was his communicator. I was telling people, this is unacceptable. Let's do this instead. I was his person. So when I ask somebody, are you somebody's person, full bodied? No, you haven't had that experience. So it's that transition. It's because I've been two people for literally a half a lifetime carrying that. That's a lot.
It
And
is.
so, and then putting the things on hold that I really wanted to do, because I'm the person, as you saw with my formula, when I go all in, I go all in, So it's like when
Same
people
way.
ask me, yeah, like, why you have no children? I was like, wait a second, hold on. I'll show you why that wasn't my destiny. At 10 years old, my goal was to have a child to baptize. I'm Greek Orthodox, so I wanted to baptize a child so I could be a spiritual teacher to that child. It happened at 12, by the way. I manifested. Thank you. And then I had a daycare at 25. So it's always been, I'm here for children. I'm here for inner children, to help heal inner children. So to go all in like that. So my destiny is to help all children globally. And so that's what I choose to do without having my own. Nothing wrong with that. It's just it's, again, if you have no understanding of that soul purpose, then it's hard to judge someone. And so with the dementia, okay, so it's, again, with those that have parents with dementia, it's a lot. And then when you are um, medium and you are helping somebody, you are doing legacy, you need that space, because your soul needs to expand to bring in that information to be able to communicate it. And so, side note, what people will know more of is, yes, medically speaking, I do have evidence. I did stop the progression of his dementia, and I have evidence of it. 2009, and let's see here, 2019. Yeah, we did a 10-year of MRIs, and so I have spoken on it. So that's a lot of work to be able to accomplish that. So it's no easy feat. And again, whoever's listening to that, to this right now, I hope when you hear hold, or you need to pause, because I've had a lot of people, when he left the earth, they thought I needed a little help to get through the grieving process. And I said, I've been grieving for how many, 20 some years since this happened, since his first. So I have a grieving technique I teach, so every time this new dad came about, because something would change in his personality or something in his health. And so I said, I've been grieving for like years. So I have no issue with grieving. I need space. It's a me time. And so I need a space to go through all this, to the transition. And there's no like limit, if somebody wants to do it in 5 minutes, do it in 5, but because of who I am, it's a process. So it's like I'm clearing everything so I can really fully live, like really full out live. And again, I'm just speaking this truth. So in case somebody is out there, it's never too late to start anything new. So I am starting a new life, and I am older. And some people have said, you're too old to do this, or too old to start speaking, or too old to start as me. I'm like, no, you know what? That's another reason why I'm doing this, to show people you can change anything. I've helped so many clients change their destiny just because they were living for somebody else. And sometimes it's in a negative, negative way, that it's harmful to their own, spiritual path. Mine was just a chosen because that was my contract, and I knew when my contract was over. And so now it's, hey, it's me time. So who is the me?
I love that you ended with that. I've been doing a 14-day challenge with Randy Spelling called You 2.0. And really it talks about like your 1.0 identity, and how your programming will just fill up all the space, and you need updates. You need more space. You need to reprogram everything. So he's like, here's how we're going to reprogram things. Mm-hmm. We're going to plan out the type of identity that you want, so that you know how to write the code and insert the code. Mine was in my mouth, so we're just pretending I put the USB port in my mouth. I know, right? He's like, wherever it is, whatever. And then you imagine uploading that code. And it's weird because like this side of my face will twitch. Mm-hmm. And when I'm working with exterior energy, I don't even know how to describe it. This stuff's still kind of new to me. But like this side of my face will like, it feels weird when it happens, but it does. And then this side of my face is all me, interior me. So when so when I put in the weird USB into my mouth, and I'm like, this side of my face. But like I just finished yesterday, and then I got my final email, of course, while I'm live here, to be like, go you. But I love how the conversations and the things that I'm seeing and doing just all tie in.
Absolutely. You're just integrating energy, and I'll offer, again, because I'm having the opportunity to create massive positive impact on humanity. One of the easiest ways, and again, I teach this on a whole masterclass level, but the one easiest ways for you to really reprogram is to say, who is, and then say your name, who is Sophia, December 31st, 2024. So I teach people how to impact their future self. So because we're so programmed with past, and we're so programmed, not understanding the now, I don't understand the how to do now. So keep using that technique. Who is, say your name and the different times, and just keep saying it. You will get the information. You will get the information of what habit to let go of, behavior, who you need to talk to. It will all be revealed. It's I call it the fast track of doing the deep work. Just keep asking that. It's just a fast track of deep work. And then you get to choose if you want to show up with that deep work, if you want to show up with that future self.
Yeah.
So I just want to give that for you and whoever is listening. It's, massive positive impact, whoever's listening. I promise and I guarantee it works.
Nice. I don't know how much of a sci-fi nerd you are, but when I was thinking about all of this identity and the shifting and the future pacing, like all of that stuff, as I was going through Randy's stuff, I'm piecing together all the things I'm hearing from everywhere. And I've thought of it like this. If you've ever watched Star Trek, so Star Trek Deep
yes.
Space Nine, there's a race where they have I can't think of the word. I just lost it. They have that like foreign creature inside them where they're not the same person, but their identities merge while together. So I think of my body as the meat sack, and I have a consciousness. But then also I've been doing processes where I can pull from any time or any space, or of course, nerdy Marvel version, any type of reality, right? Space, time continuum, all of that. And I can just like blink and they slide in. And then they're my symbiotic. And then like their consciousness, knowing all the things that I want to know, melds with my consciousness. And together we know the things that I need to know, but I'm still me. So then I'm thinking like Jadzia Dax from Deep Space Nine. I'm like, oh, I kind of feel like her. This is really cool. I need this version of me now. Okay, learn that, move forward.
It's, again, one of my famous quotes: simple creates tsunami results.
Simple creates tsunami results.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
That was my nerd moment. I just needed that.
I honor it.
I joke all the time.
Go for it. Like,
each one of us has these seemingly oxymoron parts of ourselves. But really, that's what makes us beautiful. It's like, I'm spiritual, but I'm also super nerdy with my like Lego game stuff there. It's all good.
All good. Exactly.
So then, Sophia, I want to know about other sides to you, but in the context of what you had mentioned earlier. So you said the word legacy. And it's something that I'm trying to learn and be open to.
Okay.
Because I don't feel connected to the word or what I understand of the words. And so I'm just like, whatever. But how does this version of you, this growing version of you and the dichotomy of who you are, how does that pair in with your idea of legacy?
So think of, for me, the definition when I think of legacy. Legacy is who do I want to be known for, and the footprint I've left on your heart, your soul, the pivot point of your life. So again, my definition of legacy. And so anytime I do work, am I making you better? Did I give you opportunity for a pivot point? Again, if you're my client, sometimes there are going to be moments, and they've said this, it's like, oh, they'll say it, quote unquote, I hated you in that moment, because they're hearing truth. They're hearing truth. And yet they still come next week, still get paid, because they realize that when you hear truth and you hear it in a very unconditional, loving space, it's a sacred space that I create. There's no judgment. There's no room for anything other than for you to make that choice and either grow, expand, say, yes, I messed up. Say, yes, I have, these different patternings that come from wherever, and I'm ready to let go. And so that's legacy to me. That's somebody now that has heard their truth, and now they have that pivot point in their life, and where are they going to go with it? So that's legacy to me. And then again, the what a lot of people might think, it's like, well, I want to leave a legacy. I want to leave, my book, my song, my this. Sure, there's some of that. The main thing right now for me is, my dad had a thing that he would say all the time. I do this for my girls. I'll do everything for my girls. This is why I do. This is my why. And the why for him was his girls. I come from immigrant parents. So I'm firstborn American. So when I hear somebody, okay, saying I am their why, they're leaving a legacy. So if they left a legacy in me and my sister, so that type of legacy is, okay, that was his why. And so he facilitated my why. So now bringing that philotimo to the public, I've been doing it for so long. I've been teaching it, speaking about it, but we're talking about a whole other level now, really igniting it full on, even though I've done, global workshops and this and that, my clientele's global. It's full on because I'm honoring my dad's why. So I'm carrying that. His why was, me and my sister. So me and my sister, this is what we do. And so it's like you're carrying that legacy. And it's already happening with my niece and nephew now. So they'll talk about it. They're like, oh, she's being filotimo, and they talk about it. They try to put things in a filotimo, because it's a lifestyle. So they may adjust what they do because, again, it's honoring. They knew about their grandfather. They knew him in a different kind of way. But now that they're getting older, they start asking more questions, and they see the why. They see what his legacy. And so now they're also wanting the legacy, so now it's starting to, again, I'm at that pivot point in someone's life. And so when my nephew's telling me, hey, I would like a leadership role at the Boys and Girls Club, I just go, what did you just say? At 16 years old, I'm like, yes, let me see how I can make that happen. Because he sees the work that I do. So that's legacy. You being, what are you known for? So me just really embodying and making sure that I'm known for that. That's the legacy. What am I being known for? And then again, it's like a beacon. You're just being it, and you're just being it. And then wherever you can, being able to serve by honoring someone else's journey, it's very magnificent. And that's what I mean by simple creates tsunami results. If you simply just be, it does create a legacy. And so that's my definition. That's my vision. And sure, if you do books in this, but that's more, it's ways to leave it, but there's also so many other ways. And in everyday life, literally everyday life, you don't have to wait to do a book. You have to wait for a speaking gig. You can just do it right now at Starbucks or whatever coffee place that you go to. I go to LDU down the street. So I'm always leaving legacy with the people that are there. We have conversations. Whenever they see me, it's like, okay. And they'll ask a question because they know I'm going to see you as a human. It's the power of being seen. And so to me, when people are saying a legacy, and sometimes I do get a little cringe, like, oh, I want to do this or I want to do that. It's like, how about start just right now? Who you want to be? Who do you want to be known for? And are you aligned with that? And are you being it? Are you breathing it? And then do your beliefs, if I ask you your beliefs, will they align? And again, I'm saying this in a non-judgmental way, but I hear this a lot, oh, I'm this or I'm that. I'm like, great, prove it. Let me see it. Because people want to go up like this. Oh, I'm this with their beliefs. And I'm like, okay, let's go horizontal. Let me see it. Show me how you express it. So that way I can either help or promote, or maybe I know somebody that can get you to that next level. And so that's, again, it's like legacy work. by being, so for example, by me being myself, me, all of a sudden you're open to hearing all the possibilities. You're open to hearing like, oh, let me do this. Let me look at my email. And then Laura Lake has an email that comes through and it's like, oh, yes, I sign up. Yes. So the beingness actually creates the you being the magnet. So when you're that's why I say legacy to me is a little bit more definition. If you're a magnet and you're bringing the people to you, the clients to you, the possibilities to you, you can keep again honoring the journey over and over and over again. And all those moments, I call that leaving legacy. All those moments.
I love that. It's so beautiful, and how you express that too. And I also, you're welcome. I also just wanted to share real quick, Laura, too, how when you were sharing how you help clients and when you talk to them and how you get them to really lay it out there, but look at it from a totally different angle. I love how you do that with clients.
And thank you. And I'm hoping it's be me. I'm hoping they see the superpower of perspective.
Yes.
So that again, so when you say like leaving legacy, I'm hoping I'm leaving them the legacy of your superpower is perspective. So if you hop on that and you put that cape on, you know, it gets that gap of thinking like, oh, I can never be this or I can never do that. It's like, use your superpower. You have the superpowers, you know. Yeah, I'm uber intuitive. So what? So are you. You know, these are superpowers. So it's like, again, just being a mirror and just showing someone like, this is who you are. Just your mirror.
Right. I love it. And I was just going to say too, with when you were mentioning about superpowers, I'm also like Laura. I love Marvel, DC Comics, you know, Guardians of the Galaxy, I'm a Star Wars girl. I'm not so much of a Trekkie. I'm a Star Wars girl, just because. Yeah, that was one of my first memories was going to Star Wars. Yeah, so as a kid. But just as you were talking about clients with superpowers, I love that because I also, Laura, I haven't told you this, but I've actually given every single client that I work with one-on-one kind of like a Marvel name. So if you ever watched Flash, which happens to be filmed in BC, Canada as well, actually. So Flash, there's a character and he actually gives every single villain and character a code name, like a cutesy little name, even though he wouldn't call it cutesy. So, but I call every client I have, I've noticed every single client has superpowers, just like you said. So I love how you share that. And so every single client, I have a name. So yeah, it's very cool. Anyhow, I just had to share that. Thank you for sharing, Sophia.
I'm just going to butt in here because we only have a couple minutes left and I want to make sure that Sophia has what we need from her. So Sophia, what is your favorite way of communicating and where do we find you?
So website is sophiastavron.com. Sophia, SOPHIA, STA, V as in Victor, RON as in Nancy.com. And there is going to be my favorite way because it's going to be my friend, my friend now. Before I was, again, more unless you know me, but now going public, I'll have everything there, and that's like one of the easiest ways. And I'll be more on social media as well. So, but right now, I'll just say everything will be changing and transforming, and you'll see all of that and you'll see me all around town globally because that's the whole mission. So
nice. And then I do like to hold space at the end just to make sure whatever's on your head or in your heart has a space to share. So if there's anything that you need somebody to take away from this conversation today, what might that be?
I would like to impart that we are all wired for joy. And so if it's in this moment that you are a little bit joyless, I would say get out your piece of paper and your pencil and write a joy list. What brings you joy? And reconnect with you. Reintroduce yourself to who you really are, and find, I love that, and find and do that every day, and using your superpower perspective, because clearly there's going to be a perspective there that you've been hanging on to that is ready to be released. And so that I would love for anyone who is feeling that joyless, because anywhere you are in life, I've been exhausted. I've been, 4 hours of sleep. I've been a caregiver for many years instead of just a month here. I've done hard work. I've been in dark places, and it's only temporary because of who I am, and remembering to bring that joy list, remembering to do that. So that's what I would say. And that way you can always have that reminder to go to.
Thank you so much, Sophia, for being here and giving us the energy where we want to dance and be extra playful.
Thank you. This is a blessing.
Aw,
Really an honor. Thank you.
good to see you. Thank you.
You as well.
Bye.
Appreciate
See you
you.
soon.
Thank you, Jennifer. Great to meet you too.
Thank you so much, Sophia. Great to meet you too.
Enjoy the rest of your
Thanks.
day.
You too. Have a beautiful day.
Thank you. Blessing.
So Jennifer, I'm going to ask something of you. I just need a couple minutes. So I'm going to add Nola up to the screen. Nola, just give me a thumbs up whenever you're ready. And then Jen, if you're willing, I would love for you to just start off the conversation and I'll come back.
Okay, sounds
Are
good.
you good with that, Nola?
I'm
Just give me a
fine
couple
with that.
minutes. Awesome. Have fun.
Hello, Nola. It's so great to connect with you.
You too.
Oh,
Thank
thank
you for having me.
Oh, it's our pleasure. It's so great to have you here today. Thank you for joining us. So I noticed, it can't be a coincidence. I would love for you to share with us. I see the beautiful peacock painting behind you, and I also noticed your name displayed here also shows peacock.
Yes.
How is peacock, other than your name? How is the connection with peacock for you?
Well, I've always loved, the colors of the peacock, the teals and the purples and greens. And I guess, you hear the proud like a peacock, right? And that's not something that I've always, felt, but it's certainly something that I've wanted for other people. And I can be a great cheerleader for others. So I've worked with, with kids and adults, and it's like, yes, be proud. So yeah, this is my own reminder.
Oh, I love that. I love how you have that. That's beautiful. And for everybody that's watching you live right now or going to catch the replay later, can you share with everybody who you are? What is Nola all about?
Okay. Well, I think what I'm about is I love life now, and I want that for everybody else. And I've had quite the journey in the last few years. I was diagnosed with breast cancer coming up to 6 years ago, and I had been a pediatric oncology nurse, so knew more than I wanted to know most of the time. But I also saw, the gaps in our system. So, so I really wanted to fill those. But the other huge thing is that, now, and actually, just over a year ago, I found out that the cancer had spread to my spine and ribs and several bones throughout my body. And so hearing, stage 4 cancer, I mean, for the first week or 10 days, I was in a pretty dark spot. I just thought, that's it, I'm done. And then I had did some healing with around emotions, and I hadn't realized, but as a pediatric, I was young as a pediatric oncology nurse, and I adored these kids. I mean, I treated them like they were my family. I would go in on my days off and bring them treats. I loved them. And I didn't realize that I had held on to the grief and guilt, survivor's guilt, right? Like, why is it that they, had to go through all of this and didn't make it, and yet I'm still here? And I had, suppressed that all of these years. And when I was able to release that, I had a significant drop in the pain that I was having. In fact, when I first felt this, I had been, had so much back pain and rib pain that I could not cry. So I was just, very, tears were streaming down my face.
Yeah.
But shortly after, I had such a relief in pain. It was like, oh, right. Like really energetically, there's so much that, we can hold in our body. And so, now I'm just so passionate about helping other people release that. But also what I've noticed is how much, I am in the moment and loving life. And I just like throughout the day, it's like, all of these special little magical moments. And I feel more joy now, with stage 4 cancer than I have most of my life. And so I want other people, to live this, to feel this, to know it, regardless of, what life throws you. It's just like, it is possible to just really, enjoy your life and those special moments. So yeah, I guess that's what I'm about right now. Is just making that difference for people. So,
That's incredible. That's incredible. Thank you for sharing your story. That's incredibly touching too. And as you were talking about being a pediatric oncologist nurse as well, I instantly had a visual of Robin Williams, Patch Adams. Patch Adams. I totally could see you on. Yeah, right. Yeah, I could see you on the ward. I could actually see you on the ward being the light for children. So beautiful. And Laura, so as you probably just heard, so Nola has a beautiful story. And one of the first things I noticed is that there's this beautiful peacock painting behind her. And then, of course, a name and energy and connection. And so I was asking what the connection is with the peacock painting. Other than the name, what is the connection? So Nola was sharing about that as well.
Yeah, I remember last time we chatted, Nola, that I asked you the same thing. I was like, what's with the peacock behind you? Other than the fact that it's your last name.
I do too. When I was younger, I didn't like my last name. Kids made fun of it, right? But
of course.
But I love it. I love it now. So
yeah, a friend of mine's last name was Bates. So of course he got made fun of.
Right?
Yeah. I'm very familiar. Yes. It could be so cruel. But at the same time, okay, I do love to start with a question, but I'm going to come back to that only because what we were just talking about is kids in high school and names and making fun of things. So one of the questions I wanted to ask today was based off of yesterday. Yesterday, it came up a lot about teachers saying some pretty horrible things to us. But I wanted to highlight that teachers also say wonderful things to us. And sometimes it's words and sometimes it's just a moment. So I would love to know, like in your middle school, high school, even college kind of vibe, was there anything that a teacher said to you that had an impact on you, like a positive impact on you?
That's interesting because I think it's easier to remember the negative ones, right?
I know. That's why we're doing it.
Yeah, hold on to. But in as you say that, this is interesting because one of my English teachers in high school, there were two instances. One was really positive and one was negative. Of course, I kind of, held on to the negative one for a long time. But the positive was like he had shared something I had written and, and it was like, using it as a good example. And I was good. Oh, wow. Like I didn't know that, right? I'd always, thought that I couldn't write. That was, my story. So to have him share that was a big deal. So yeah, holding on to that. And then I have authored, chapters and my own book. So it's like, okay, I guess I can thank him for some of that. But yeah.
Do you have your book next to you? Like,
do I do.
Like I always love when people like show us the cover. Can you move it just a little forward? I'm thinking of people on their phones that don't necessarily see this very big.
Right. Yeah.
Just because then if they go look up your name or the stuff that you talk about, then they know what the cover of the book looks like. And they know they found the right one.
Thank you.
So that's how I'm always Corey's book beside me. always show the book.
Right?
Right? Yeah. Oh, it's all good. So Nola, I do want to take that step back just for a moment
Mhm.
because it means a lot to me, and it's super playful, and it kind of brings you out of the pre-planned stuff. And I know you're doing pretty well with that. So I do want to ask you my fun question.
Okay.
And I know I've asked you before, but I don't have that in front of me. So Nola, if you could have other people describe you in 3 words, what would you love those 3 words to be? Need space for this. Okay.
Okay. Kind,
Yeah, go ahead.
kind,
Mhm.
loving, and generous.
Beautiful.
Kind has come up a lot today.
Mm.
Where's my lighting switched? Ugh. Okay, there we go. So why do you want other people to see you as kind, loving, and generous?
Well, I think it makes such a difference when someone is kind. I know for me, right? I mean, it touches me when someone does something that's kind. And I don't know, I think our world right now can use a little more kindness.
Oh,
So
yes.
I love to be, that person. Loving, and that's something that people have, always described me as that I have, the biggest heart, and I love that. I just love spreading love, right? I just and that, when I think back to as a nurse, I saw the kids for who they are, not their behavior or whatever. It's really truly who they are. And, as I said, I love them all. And I think, our world needs more of that too. And generous, I just think, I want to give, whether, and I mean, that's not just financial, right? It's just the love and the kindness and, if I can brighten somebody's day, right? It's a win-win, right?
Mhm.
There's 2 sides. So, yeah.
So have you ever been that kid that other people weren't acting kind toward you, or that they
Mhm.
weren't loving and weren't generous?
Yes. Yeah.
Does that have to do with your message and the work that you do?
Yeah. Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
I didn't know that answer at all.
Yes. Yeah. I want people to, to know that they're loved and to be treated kindly. And I don't want them to feel, being bullied or just put down or not enough, because, each of us there, we're such a gift, right? And I think we're hardest on ourselves, right? And so I love to be that mirror and reflect to other people what they are. And I love it, every once in a while I have someone do that to me too.
Can I
So
be bold and ask you to play with us for a moment?
of course.
So you had a chance to interact with Jennifer before I came on.
Mhm.
Will you leave her to take it or leave it? Will you mirror back to Jennifer just something that you would like to reflect?
Sure. Sure.
Because this is fun. I enjoy it. Thank you.
Okay. Well, Jennifer, I just see you as this bright light. I mean, your facial expressions just pulled me in. You made me feel comfortable, and very, you know, um, helped me to, let go of any nerves or whatever. Just so inviting and welcoming, and just such joy. I just see such joy in your face. So yeah. Thank you. So,
This
mhm.
one is harder. So now do me.
Okay.
And thank you so much, Nola, for what you just shared.
Pleasure. Okay.
And we'll reflect back at you afterwards.
Okay.
Laura, I see such joy and playfulness in you. There's just this little spark and just little mischievous. I
Oh, yes.
I love it. I think, oh yeah, we could get into some trouble together.
Maybe.
Yeah. I just
Wow.
love your playfulness. And I think that's something we often forget, right? To be playful. So I really, really appreciate that and acknowledge that in you, Laura.
Okay, thank you so much, Nola. I asked you this because I also know that there's always a reason behind what I do. I ask because generally the people who are very giving, very loving, very kind also have difficulty receiving. So now we're going to reflect back at you and like, I know Jennifer and I were like, we got to practice receiving too.
Right.
That's why I'm like, I want to be done too. Yeah.
Right.
So Jennifer, you can go first and then I will go after.
Okay, sounds good. Thanks, Laura. So thank you, Nola. I just before I share the mirror reflection, so thank you so much for what you shared and how you delivered it as well. So that's part of the mirror reflection I'm about to share with you. I felt instantly that your energy is, even before I knew that you were a nurse, it doesn't surprise me that you were in the healing field, because as soon as I felt your energy, I can feel that you honestly, genuinely care about others. And I'm a Sagittarius, so we suck at lying. So anything I'm about to share with you is the truth and honest truth.
Yeah.
So you honestly do care for others, and I can feel it. When I say I can feel your energy, I can truly feel it. I don't have to be in the same room with you to feel it. So I can feel how much you want to help others. And when you shared your personal story, what you're experiencing right now, even though I can only imagine what you've been going through and what you are going through right now, as you shared about stage 4 cancer. Even though you are going through that right now as we speak, I energetically feel that you have put it on the shelf all the time because your mission, your passion to help others literally dims what you are feeling in the physical level with your body. Even though you're feeling it, I know that, I can feel it, I sense it. I feel that your passion to help others literally is almost like you tell the pain, enough now. I am too busy. I have things to do. So you can hush up right now. That's kind of the feeling I get, that when you talk to it, what's going on in your body, you're like, no, I have things I want to do. I want to help people. You're not helping right now. So that's also what I feel, that your passion to helping others is bigger than what you're experiencing on a physical level. And I have to say, well done, because how many people, I could cry right now, how many people are like you? Not that many. Most people would have what they're experiencing overshadow anything else. They would be focusing on their self. And I totally get it. But you are so giving and serving of others that I literally feel that no matter where you are, whether on this side or the other side, you are always going to be serving and helping others. So well done. And thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Also,
I am receiving that with open arms and heart. Thank you, Jennifer.
The secondary layer of why I wanted to do this was to just send you more of those positive vibes and the positive intention, that you can use that energy however you like to heal. So, also, so Nola, what I see in you is, I see you as multi-layered in the last, I want to say 4 years. I missed the first part of your story. My apologies. But the you of 4 years ago, I don't know why the number 4 is popping up. But the you 4 years ago, I can picture you with those little kids, and you're helping and you're serving and you're grabbing their hands and you're feeding them little snacks and you're doing all the things like you did as a nurse. But in the last 12, 13 months, I don't know why that number's coming up. So like apply that wherever it is chronologically in your life.
Yeah.
I see you holding the hand of the younger version of you, like little kid, think 6 or 7, maybe a little bit younger. And now together you're playing and you're helping the other kids. Like that's the shift that I see in the type of energy. And the type of energy before was a loving, caring, but there was that separation because you'd forget about yourself.
Mhm.
And now when you're holding the hand of your smaller version of you, it's just such a calm, like knowing type energy
Mhm.
where there's just so much love for your younger version that you can take and pool that love and generate it so that you can help and serve all those other little kids. That's what I'm seeing from you.
Thank you. Mhm.
Receive it. We're all receiving.
Yes, yes. Thank you. Thank you. Yes,
I don't
Yes.
know. Sometimes we need to do stuff like that.
we do. Thank you. That was beautiful. That was so beautiful. And I love that you picked up on, the fact that I am loving my younger self. Like through this journey, that's been one of the things I realized how much I neglected myself. And now it's like, no, I can't do that. Right. I have to. And so every day, like I'm doing things, often little things, but that fill me up. But, yeah, my life purpose is to help others. And that fills me up too. So,
Aw.
yeah.
So are you retired as a nurse now?
Yes.
Okay.
I
So then
actually
what do you
have
do
for,
now?
for many years. Pardon?
So then what do you do now? Are you
What do I do now? I am a coach and healer. I do, I call it inner light healing sessions. So I've brought many modalities, including like Reiki, but also with my own things so that, to help heal. And part of it is, as I said, releasing the emotions that people, hold on to like I did and, past traumas, but also helping to heal and the mindset piece, which, I know is so, so important and helping people, to connect with their inner child, right? That we don't, as I said, we often don't play enough and, and fill ourselves up. So the other thing, maybe I guess I show this off. This is the ebook that I created. So for women going through cancer, and it's a free.
What is it called? 22 ways to
lift your heart and spirit while navigating the cancer journey.
That's beautiful. Where
So-
can everybody get that?
There's a link on my website. It's nolapeacockcoaching.com, and there's a link there, and it's a free download. So I love sharing that because part of it is creating those lists of things that that nurture you, and like there's a place for a playlist, and anyway, different things that you can put in. Because what I learned going through it is that we're so overwhelmed when we're going through treatment, or we had a diagnosis of some sort, that we just can't think. And even as a nurse, I realize it's like, how do people go through this? Because like I know this stuff and I'm still struggling. So I thought, okay, I got to write this down, right? And then the other step that people can take is give those lists to somebody else so that they can check and go, hey, have you tried this today? Have you tried this? Have you tried this? Which is what I did during my chemo days. So it's like, I just couldn't remember. So anyway, that's a great resource for people if they're going through cancer or, other disease, because it's a lot. It's a lot.
So are you all done with chemo now, or just
I'm done chemo. I'm on immunotherapy, which is, you'd think, the sound of it, that it's to boost your immune system, but it's very similar to chemo. Just
But you're here with us.
I'm here. As Jennifer said, I have things to do. That was my first thought, is like, okay, no, I'm not done. I have things to do. And the other thing that's really holding me here, my daughter just got engaged on Friday. So it's like, okay, I have to be here to make it to the wedding. Like, it's like, I'm not giving up.
Oh, well, congratulations. That's exciting.
It is very exciting. So so there's so many good things. And I think that's something for people to remember, right? Is have those things to look forward to, right? And celebrate. And so I'm not going anywhere for a while.
No.
Not done.
Yeah. Good for
I don't
you.
care what my doctors say.
Exactly. Good for you. Good for you. I just have to say, Laura, and I have a feeling you'll probably agree, isn't Nola like just like a very comforting hug? Like her energy just,
She's like
yeah,
a fuzzy blanket that's like a sushi roll, right?
yeah, exactly. Or if we fast forward to fall, she's like the hot cocoa and the fireplace and the
And a good
beautiful
book.
throw blanket. Like you're just so comforting. I can feel it. So I can only imagine how your clients feel too, because I can feel it just during this interview today. So
Thank you.
you have beautiful energy too. You're welcome.
You too.
So has your message shifted before you knew that you had cancer versus today's version of you?
I think today's version's it's different. I mean, before I was working with kids and coaching them around confidence and mindset. And when I first found out that I had cancer, my initial thought was, I'm going to die. And I like, oh, and even though as a nurse, I knew that, right, cancer isn't a death sentence.
Yeah.
That was where my mind went. And so my first thing was, oh, I better walk my talk. So all of these tools around mindset that I was teaching the kids, it's like, I better put them in place for myself. And now going through it, I mean, there's nothing like experience, right? So, I mean, my, patients would tell me things and now it's like, oh, that's what they were talking about.
Yeah.
So, I really get it. And the other part is, even with that, like, it's kind of like, oh yeah, well, I for a while thought, oh, I could die. Finding out, stage 4 cancer, that it really hit me. It's like, okay, I'm, this is it, right? I'm done. And so turning that around, I guess it's just at a deeper level. And it's like, we all are here for a finite amount of time, right? But having it really, in your face, it's really made me go, okay, what am I choosing? So I've talked about conscious choices and creating conscious care plan that, that had been something I've been doing, but now it's like, yeah, like every day we need to choose, what do we want to be doing with our time? Who do we want to be spending it with? And I think that, push all the time to get things done, right? Where, I mean, we usually have a long list of things to do. It's like, no, like I'm picking a few and, I'm going to make sure that I have fun doing it. So, and I know, like, I've been, different business programs, right. And masterminds and stuff. And there's all this push. You got to get this stuff done. And now I'm like, that's okay. You can do it that way, but I'm choosing to do it differently. That it's so important that, I take care of me and that I'm happy and that I'm enjoying these days. And, and I'll get done what I'm going to today. And that's okay if that's all it is. So I think that's been the shift, just things at a deeper level.
So what have been some of your favorite ways of sharing your message? Like, I know that there's the typical speaking and writing books and writing blogs and being on podcasts. Do you only do those, or do you also have other ways that you like to share your message?
Well, I think, and one of my favorite ways since February. So, February with Valentine's Day, I've always thought of that month as the month of love, right? So it didn't matter if I had like a partner, even when I was, teenager. It was just like, no, this is about loving people. And so, for the month of February, for my daughter, when she was living at home, I would put sticky notes on her door, heart-shaped sticky notes every day for the month of February, right? It's just like, and then I would share messages with my friends. So this year, of course, she's been away from home now for a few years, but I thought, oh, but I miss doing that. So, and I love being creative and playing on Canva. So I thought, okay, well, I'm going to make her sticky notes, but I'll do them on Canva and then send her a post every day. So I did that. But then I also thought, well, I'm going to do that for Facebook for my friends so that they all get an inspiring message every day for the month of February. Well, I had such great feedback and people would say, oh, I look forward to your messages every day, that I have continued that since the beginning of February. So I just, yeah, try and, or I post a loving message. So every Saturday morning I sit and I get to play. This is my fun time on Canva, and write an inspiring post. And then I have them for the week and post them every day. And I still, it's, and it doesn't matter about the likes or comments, but there's lots on Facebook. But what I really love is when I talk to somebody and they say, "Oh, your posts are so inspiring." And I'm like, "Oh, that's nice," right? Just getting that feedback and knowing that I'm making a difference. So that's right now, that's my favorite way, because I get to play and be creative, and then I know that I'm sharing some love and kindness. So
Oh, I love that. One of the things I like to do for Valentine's Day, I do two things. One, I go and find some of the cutest dad joke puns, like visual puns that I can find. So like one of them is peanut butter talking to jam, and peanut butter's going, "You're my jam," right? And then another one is like broccoli with some sunglasses on. It's like, "Yeah, broccoli," and it says, "You're a Brock star." Like just the cheesiest
right?
things ever. And then I'll randomly send it, not necessarily on Valentine's, but somewhere, like you said, the month of February. And I don't say anything else. I just enter, send. Don't say anything. Or other parts of the year, I'll just write a little love note, usually a couple sentences, something short and sweet. Just something that says, like, "Been thinking about you, saw this post," or whatever happens to be. "You're awesome, and this is why you're awesome."
Oh,
Send. Like nothing else. Or sometimes, "This is a love note." Send. Because I love, just like you were saying, like the way that the people respond to those just little moments and the little efforts can make or break somebody's day.
Yeah.
So why not be on the good side instead of having their boss saying, "You're not productive enough today"? Just send a love note.
right.
It makes everything okay. It's like a hug from Nola,
Mm-hmm.
a
Yeah.
warm, fuzzy blanket hug.
Right. Right. Well, and the other thing that I've just started doing recently is writing letters.
Like
And
handwritten letters?
I haven't sent them yet, but part of it is, this is going to make me cry, but when I cross over, and then that's going to be a long time from now,
Mhm.
that I would like some, people to have something right in their hand to hold on to.
Yeah.
So I've been started writing letters and just sharing, what I appreciate, doing kind of like we did today, but just sharing that. And yeah, so that's kind of my mission. I've made a long list of, all the people that I want to write letters to. And I think my next one is going to be to my future son-in-law. I'm so happy. He is the sweetest guy. And it's just this relief for me knowing that my daughter will be well taken care of, no matter what happens to me.
Aw.
She's looked after. So I want him and his entire family. Actually, they're lovely. So it's like, yeah, I can't wait to share that and let them know that how important that is. And I think, one of the reasons that I came up with that is when I worked with kids, coaching kids around confidence, sometimes they would tell me about somebody like a teacher or somebody that had said something or done something and made such a huge impact. And I often thought, I wonder if that person knew the impact that they made on these kids. Right?
Mhm.
So that's what, it's like, I want you to know these people that are in my life. I want you to know what an impact you made for me. So, so that's another thing I'm doing right now.
You know what happens with handwritten notes to people?
Mhm.
This is my diary from when I was a kid. I was never somebody to write in a diary very often, so it's so sporadic and whatever. Sometimes it's like, "I went to a birthday party. Good night." Okay. But like, I open it up and I have handwritten letter. I have handwritten letter, right? So you never know what you're going to find. Like, what's this one? This one is, okay. So this one is me talking to a friend of mine about feeling lonely and thinking that no guy would ever date me and that I would die alone. And then this one, I know, so morbid. This one is about abuse that I had seen firsthand, right? But I didn't put it, in the diary, I put it in notes and hid them in my diary. So if I needed to get rid of them quickly, I could. Right. But then the positive ones I have in a place that I can get to more easily, not a drawer with a random book. They're in my jewelry box. Like I have another note that says, same kind of thing. I think I'm going to die alone. But then that note was actually how my husband asked me out on our first date. Because he was my friend at the time. And he was like, why are you upset? And I had the note in my hand. He's like, can I read it? I was like, whatever. At this point, he read the note. And he's like, well, I was going to ask you to the Christmas formal. Did you want to go to the Christmas formal? Yes. Yes, I do. So I keep that one and I don't have any sad memories. They're all positive. So I'm thinking of your letters, and no matter what you say in those letters, people are going to cherish those handwritten letters because they are you. They're your energy. And we've already told you how wonderful your energy is. They're going to be so full of love.
Yep. Yeah.
It's so sweet. I can't wait. I can put this away now.
I have to say, Nola, you really are like Patch Adams.
Thank you.
You,
Oh, that's such a compliment. I love that movie.
Me too. Me too. Because you're literally spreading your love, your joy, your beautiful energy wherever you go. And as we know, not everybody does that. So I just think that's amazing and beautiful that you do that. And I know too, I feel it very strong that your daughter and your son-in-law, they are going to treasure those letters.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
50 years from now. My husband always said, he's like, I'm going to outlast everybody and I'm going to live to be 125.
Right?
Well,
right.
You had hip surgery when you were 35. So where's that going to end up? I'm going to be walking well past when you are. But I'm actually headed to go see the orthopedic surgeon. So who knows?
Oh, no. I'm sending you good energy.
Thanks. Like we've all got our stuff going on. But really, like I love knowing that I'm not alone. And I know that you've reached out to other people. You're doing it right now.
Yeah.
And you're sharing what you're going through so that we can be like, you know what, Noah, we love you. Period. This is great. So Nola, I also want to dive in a little bit more into, you showed us a couple books. Do you also do speaking?
Yes. Yes, I do.
Okay. Do you have a favorite talk? Or do you have pre-planned talks?
I do. I kind of, I speak from my heart. So yeah. So it kind of shifts. Yeah. And as I said, my biggest thing is, sharing that love and letting people, giving people tools that they can live their best life. So, right. Just easy things that they can do to live in that magic, right? To just be.
Okay. Let's use some magic.
Okay.
I want you to paint a picture for us.
Okay.
Or paint an energetic picture for those who do not have the visual mindset. What would the magic look like in your ideal life? I'm going to close my eyes and I'm going to dream with you.
Okay. Well, actually, one of the things that I love to walk people through is connecting with their inner child. So, taking a few nice deep breaths and then just imagining maybe a beautiful open meadow and seeing a little one racing towards them, grabbing their hand. And this is that little boy or little girl inside of them, the one that's just full of joy and playfulness. And they're just pulling you by the hand and saying, come on, let's play. And then just allowing people to visualize, like, what does that look like? And just remembering that that's your imagination. So anything is possible. You can fly. I've had people say that they got on the back of an eagle and flew around, or, swimming underwater with a dolphin or a whale, or whatever that is. I've had one lady, and she said she was just twirling. She was just in this meadow and twirling with her little one. So whatever that is, as you said, if people, struggle with visualizing, it's the kind of, visual image that, if I say, think of your kitchen, what does that look like, that you can, people can picture that. So it's that kind of visualizing in your mind's eye. And what is what are you doing with this little one? And then, after you've played for a little bit, I invite you to look at this little one in front of you and see this little one shrinking down until they're small enough that you can hold them in your palm of your hand. And then I want you to bring that little one and place him or her into your heart. Just a reminder that they are always there with you, and you can bring them out to play anytime. And I highly suggest doing it every day, just even for a few minutes. Open your eyes again. Just checking in, and that playfulness. I think right. I mean, how does that feel, right? It's like, oh.
Well, that sounds very familiar, and I was picturing little me as like Polly Pocket.
Right.
Open the little portal, put her in. There we go.
Yep, she's there. She's there all the time, and bring her out to play. Right.
Actually, I used to bring my inner 6-year-old out to play all the time, but she didn't live in my heart at the time. She just lived in my space.
Yeah, like
a ghost would, right? Just this human realm. But then it got to the point where I guess she knew. She's so much better than me sometimes. Love her so much. She knew that I didn't need her in my physical reality anymore. So then she moved in with my highest self through my heart portal. I was like, this is just how I visualize, so that's how I speak it out. So now they live in my chest, in my heart. Yeah. But my inner 8-year-old, she still comes in and out because she's not quite ready to talk about things that I don't remember. So I've been reading my journal, which is my diary, which is why it's been out, because there's 5 or 6 years that I don't really have a whole lot of memories. But I have memories since I was 2. So it's not like I just don't remember my childhood. It's that window. So I'm thinking, like, what happened that they're trying to protect me from? So the 8-year-old, she's like, I'm not quite ready to talk, but I will hang out with you now. So she visits back and forth. Yeah.
Beautiful. Yeah. Yeah. And I love that we're able to heal things in layers, right? That when we can do it when we're ready, and when we can handle it.
Yeah, lately I've been like, okay, I'm ready. I know that my body couldn't move in April. I couldn't walk, but like I can move again. I'm learning and growing. Like I think I'm ready for the next step of this.
Yeah, beautiful.
Yeah, that's why I did the Randy 2.0 with the whole identity. And then he started with the conversation of legacy, which is why I was like, Nola, tell me about your version of legacy. Because you're not the first one to talk about it this week. And I still have such resistance to caring about it. So I'm like, I need other perspectives. We also talked about the word devotion. Right? I didn't like that word because it had such a religious connotation to it. And I'm no longer religious, but I do classify myself as spiritual. Just give me a thumbs up when you're ready. And spirituality for me is just a set of beliefs by which I guide my life, some of which can come from religion or science or experience or family or whatever, right?
Right.
So it's all good.
Yeah.
You good, Jen?
Love that.
Awesome. I'm sorry. Do you want to be called like Jennifer, or is Jen fine? Jen. Okay. I want to make sure. I have a friend who
Jen. Yeah.
No, it's all good. I have one friend who, if you call her Jen, she will yell at you. She is Jennifer. Okay. Just double check.
Just no Jenny. Don't like Jenny.
What's up, Jenny? So Nola, we have. Oh, my apologies. I've not been paying attention to time. I've been enjoying myself. I want to make sure that we know where to find you, and of course, your favorite way to communicate.
Well, right now you can find me at nolapeacockcoaching.com. I'm going to shifting that to nolapeacock.com soon. Just bringing things together, both for kids and adults that I'm working with. And people can email me at nola@nolapeacock.com. So
Nice.
yeah, and I would love to connect and support people. As you said, I love to help. So
Yes.
I'm here.
So I have one more question, because I always like to leave space at the end of an interview just to see if there's anything on your head or in your heart that you just needed to share. So if there's something that I like doing this, need people to take away from this conversation today, what do you need to share with them?
Well, and I'm just, whatever's going to come. Love yourself. Look in the mirror. And just, love yourself, because I know that every single person that's listening or watching is amazing. You're more than enough, and just please love yourself. And if you're having trouble with that, reach out, because I'm happy to remind you.
Okay. Send me puns or pictures of your pets.
Okay. Great.
Thank you so much, Nola. This has been a delight. I feel so warm and fuzzy inside. Thank you so much.
Me too. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Thank you, Nola. Bye for now.
Thank you. Bye.
Okay, so now I'm gonna put my desk down because I've been standing, and I'm gonna dance. I feel like dancing like a little 6-year-old, like flowy dress and everything.
I love your dress. It's a beautiful dress.
Thank you. I like the slits in the dress.
Nice. Yeah.
Which means I can walk.
Yes.
Oh, I think it's too low now. Hold on. And then I will get into interviewing you.
Okay.
There. Stop, right there.
Okay.
I'm going to put my
Sounds
feet
good.
back in the sandbox under my desk.
Yeah, it was interesting. Just a moment ago, I heard an alarm, and I was like, "Oh!" So that's why I had to disappear there for a second. Yeah.
Yeah, earlier I was like, "Oh, I left the AC on. The rest of the house is going to be 19 while it's 30 in here. That's not good." Also, I needed more water.
Yeah. Yeah.
AKA supplement water.
Yeah.
That way I can move.
Yes. Yeah.
So, we got to know you just a little bit today, and you already know my beginning question, but that's okay. I'm going to ask you anyway.
Okay.
So Jennifer, Jenny, no, not Jenny. So Jen, if you could have other people describe you in 3 words, what would you love those 3 words to be?
And I love how you ask that question of everybody. So for
It's
me,
research.
yeah, I love it. I love it. So one of the words for me is actually intuitive, and also kind, and loving.
Am I surprised about any of those? Not at all. So why do you like to be described as intuitive, kind, and loving? Why not compassionate, like everybody else on Monday?
Yes, I actually, so when I was hearing the words, I was like, yes, that too, and fun. But since it's 3 words, fun was another one that I would like people to, because I do have a fun, spunky Sagittarius side to me. So I call it, I'm actually on the cusp. I'll answer your question here too, but I'm on the cusp of Capricorn. So I'm very much spirited, systematic. So, which actually helps me with my path and my clients as well. But so answer back to your question. So why I like to be known as intuitive and kind and loving. So start with the bottom. So I'll start with loving, because I feel it's so important that people that I connect with, whether personally, professionally, know that they're loved, that they feel that from me. because I think there's always a balance. There's light and dark, even like, you know, with the light here, light and dark. There's always a balance. So there's some not good things out there, but I would rather focus on the things that are good. I acknowledge that there is darkness everywhere, but I rather focus on what is good, what is working. And for me personally, love is what's working. So it helps everybody and everything. So I would like to be known as adding my part to the world by being loving and bringing light to the world and making the world a better place. And kindness, because I laughed, I chuckled with one of our interviews earlier. So she was saying how, you know, she was always told that she's too kind. Well, so was I. I totally related with her because I actually was written up when I used to work in retail. I was actually written up. Can you believe it? Written up for being too kind. She actually said, "You're too kind, too positive." I even actually had an ex-mother-in-law. Did we mention the ex part? Ex-mother-in-law who actually said to my face, "You are too kind, so kind that the family and I have come to the conclusion that you must be fake because there's no way you're this nice." This is after knowing me for 8 years, by the way. So I must have acted really well for 8 years. But yeah, so so kind. And then the top of the list, intuitive, because for me personally, I actually have a tattoo. You probably might not be able to see it here, but it says "Be true to you" on the stem of the sunflower. Because for me, intuition, I personally believe everybody has intuition, whether they choose to use it or not. That choice is up to them. But I believe everybody has intuition. And for me, I have chosen to embrace my intuition so that I feel is part of accepting my true self. Because when I didn't accept that, I always felt that there was a piece of me missing, and it's because a piece of me was missing, a huge piece, and that was my intuition. So that's actually why it's the top of the list, is because once I embraced the intuition, I embraced me, and it was incredibly freeing once I did that. When I stopped giving a rip what other people said or thought about me embracing my intuition, I just did it, and I am so glad that I did.
So while you were chatting, I was like, "Oh, I need to find that video," because I met you in person. We mentioned this earlier in Halifax.
Yes.
I was like, "Oh my God, I love to do that." So then I have this video. Oh, come on, play.
I love that.
I have to show, like, when you meet somebody who has the same kind of vibe as you just go all in.
Yeah.
So, like, I literally knew you for, I don't know, 12 hours?
Yeah. Yes.
No, 24 hours, I think.
24 hours. Yeah.
Because that was in the morning before we started day 2, wasn't it? Yeah, so 24 hours.
Yeah. I loved it. And just like you said, like, even though we just met each other recently in Halifax, I felt like I've known you longer. Yeah.
That's just me. That's part of my superpower.
Yes.
Also, we talked about the mirroring and the chameleon kind of vibes earlier. And I'm like, yeah, that's my trauma response for trying to stay safe.
Yeah.
Which we get, like, the amount of times that we talk about trauma being the bad thing, we have to heal it, we can't ever think about it, whatever people use to talk about it. We also forget that our trauma hasn't just given us bad habits, but those skills required to do those bad habits are still skills.
That's true.
They're still skills. So then the question is how can I use these skills for good, for better habits, for healthier habits?
Yes.
And so this mirroring and the chameleon that is also my personality, but also the trauma, learned response, it makes me such a wonderful coach, or so I hear. Also, I'm learning to receive this. It makes me a wonderful person to be doing interviews.
Yes.
When I write back emails, like, because I can communicate with somebody on their level.
Mm-hmm.
And you'll see me change my personality. No. You'll see me shift to kind of match where the person is at. So if they're super playful, I get super playful. If they're more serious, I will be more serious, but I will also, like, this is me, I'm also a brat. So I will like playfully pick at their boundaries, but just in a small, more subtle way to see how far I can like come to the fun side kind of thing.
Yes.
Yeah, because I'm like, I know we can meet in the middle, but sometimes people need to be met way over where they are and brought toward you versus some people just wanting to stay there and say, no. You come 90% and I'll do the rest of the 10. It's just fun.
Yeah, I love it. Definitely a superpower.
So I also want to share a story, if I may, with all these crumbs apparently on my desk. When we met and I was introducing you, at this Blue Talks live event here in Halifax, I had said that your name was Jennifer Brown, and I did not even realize that I had said it wrong until Heidi was like, that's not her name. And I had to look over at the screen that had your picture and your name and everything on it. And I went, is that not what I said? And she's like, so long story short, found out that that is actually the name of a friend of mine who has the connections storyline wise to your story with your dad. And that was really a moment to be like, hey, this Jennifer Brown lady needs to connect with this Jennifer Dawn lady. And I didn't know it in the moment. And since you also talked about being a channel versus a medium, like I love that you made that distinction. So thank you. I didn't quite know the difference.
Oh, you're welcome.
It felt like a message for you in that moment. I was like, cool, something new I'm experiencing. I love the synchronicities here.
Yeah.
So I know we chatted a little bit. Is there something that you really wanted to focus on in this interview, or are we just going to shoot the shit?
Yes. Well, a mix of both, if that's cool.
Sure.
We have a mixed bag. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I did bring my non-Hay House copy of Dad's Pennies from Heaven. So I did feel, that's also why I have the butterfly ring on today, because I do feel that there's somebody or some people that need to hear a little bit about my dad's message. So I would love to share that if I could.
Oh, of course.
Okay, awesome. And then, yes, if we can definitely shoot the shit.
We'll leave it on. Yeah. So then, okay, I'll start the way I usually start with people.
Okay.
Like sometimes there's just something that you really want to hone in. So do you have a core message that you're trying to share with people? And then we'll weave. Yeah.
Yes, sounds good. And it's a different message from my dad's message with Dad's Pennies. So my message, if I could go onto the top of a mountain, will literally be the tattoo that I have right now. And that's why I have this. My big message for everybody is to embrace the true you. So what I mean by that is literally every single person, no matter where they are in the world, no matter what their background, has experienced either one or more people that have told them that they can't do something, that they can't be something. And I want to go on the top of the mountain and literally shout, just as easy as it sounds, I know, but disregard that. Just let it go and listen to yourself, because you only know who you are. Other people, other situations will try to tell you how you should be, how you should act, how you should look, how you should behave, how you should think. Be true to you. Because I see so many people that try to clone, try to act like somebody else, whether famous, not famous. Just stop is what I also want to say on the top of the mountain. Just stop. There's only one Laura Lake. There's only one Jennifer Dawn. Yes, other people might have my middle name and first name, just like me. But there's only one version of me. There's only one version of Laura Lake. And there's only one version of you that's watching right now. Stop trying to be like something or somebody else. The world actually needs people to embrace their true selves and stop trying to copy, mimic, be somebody else. Because as soon as we are our true self, that's literally where freedom lies. As soon as we embrace our true self, we can literally breathe for the first time. We can really embrace life for the first time. And when you embrace your true self, whether you're spiritual or not, it doesn't matter. Your inner light literally shines through, and people will say you're glowing. And it's because you've truly embraced yourself and you've stopped listening to all the noise that's all around you. Even people that mean well, when they say that they don't want you to do something, it does equal noise, because it's trying to distract you from who you are and who you want to be. So that is my big message that I would love to shout from the mountaintops.
So who you are and who you want to be is intuitive, kind, and loving.
Yes. Yes.
See, I love how this all comes in. Yeah.
Yes. Thank you. Yeah, it's a true story.
And I can definitely attest to all of those and more. But I know that every moment that's new that I ask you, they might be different words. You might keep 2 words and they're your core for a while. But the point here is just to have an understanding of, like, how am I showing up? And is that different from what people are telling me about how I'm showing up versus how I want people to tell me that I'm showing up? Because then you can see where some of the bridges have broken.
That's true.
Where some of the gaps are. So that's why I never ask, like, how do people describe you? That doesn't matter.
No.
Because as we just said at the very beginning, that's their filters, that's their version, that's their truth.
Right.
How do you want to show up? And I've been thinking about this question for myself a lot. And in my bio, I specifically describe myself as a playful luminary change maker.
Mm-hmm.
Before I thought Google was trying to talk to me again.
Oh,
I was like, why did my phone turn on? I do that, and I describe myself before I ever tell you what I do on purpose. I want you to know who I am first. Not I've whatever spoken at Harvard, become #1 best-selling author, whatever the mind-blowing things are. I don't want you to remember me for that. I want you to remember me for how I showed up. Yeah. I'm tired.
It's all good. I understand.
You're tired and hot. The AC's in the hallway and not in here.
Yeah.
So Jennifer, how does the message with your dad differ from this message?
So there is a link. So
of course there is.
Yes. So my dad always used to say, embrace your individuality. Embrace your uniqueness. So that's actually what's going to be the tattoo on my left wrist, actually, is embrace your uniqueness. And it's going to be on the stem to honor my dad as well. So this is for my grandmother, my mom's mom, and this is going to be for my dad. So how his message is different from mine, but still links, is he used to actually wear a shirt, and he used to make this shirt, making the world a brighter place, making the world a better place, right?
Yeah.
So, but he always used to personally tell me, embrace who you are, embrace your uniqueness. He goes, there's only one of you. So that's where I'm saying it's all linked and connected. So he was one of my biggest cheerleaders. And he always used to encourage me. He always used to say, he goes, I know that you're going to write. He knew that. He was definitely one of my biggest cheerleaders. So he's kind of passed on the torch with making the world a brighter place. So any way that I can, I want to do that. And for me personally, one of the ways I see that is sharing the message and getting people to really embrace who they truly are. So that's why I'm saying our messages are linked Because when every single person, if every single person on this planet embraced who they truly are, this world honestly would be a different place, be completely different. But because the masses have not embraced who they are, for the most part, just my perspective and observation, thanks to social media, what I see with the masses is that the masses try to duplicate, trying to copy something, somebody else that they've seen, instead of actually being their true selves. And honestly, as I said, I just wish I could tell everybody, just be yourself. We already have an Oprah Winfrey. We already have, XYZ. Just be you. That's what we need. We don't
So
need
what
a
does
copy.
So what does being Jen mean? And I don't necessarily mean those words that you use to describe yourself, but in any other way. Like, what does Jen look like? What does she sound like? How does she show up?
Okay, sounds good. I have to have a sip of water for this to
Oh
share.
yeah, of course.
So I'm going to answer that question with kind of a short story, a condensed version. So as I mentioned, I'm going to be turning 50 this December. Within those 50 years, just like everybody else, I've learned a lot. What a lot of people don't know about me is, as I said, condensed version. I actually died on the operating table when I was 17. I have had endometriosis. For those that are familiar with it, I had 13 surgeries for endometriosis, including when I died on the operating table when I was 17. I actually reacted to the anesthetic, but obviously, as I'm talking to you right now, I was revived.
Yeah.
That's not all. I'm getting to a point here. So I also, unfortunately, when I was not even 18 years old, I ended up moving to Alberta province in Canada. Alberta, Canada. I worked door to door, so door to door selling. Unfortunately, hurt myself during the work. I had a bone sticking out of my foot. Fast forward, I got recruited by the boss at that time to be a nanny. I had no idea. As I said, I wasn't even 18 years old. The nanny role actually turned to be, I was recruited for sex trafficking. And the next thing I know, I was actually captured by this man, and I had no contact with the outside world. Thankfully, one of the customers, as we'll call it, that was actually planned to be a customer, was in prison. And he actually recruited a whole bunch of his friends, as I put in quotes, and they literally rescued me. They showed up at the house, threw me into a car, put me on the Greyhound bus. This is many years ago, as you can tell. Put me on a Greyhound bus, and I literally was listening to Ozzy Osbourne, "Mama, I'm Coming Home." And that's literally what happened. I was coming back to my mom in BC, Canada. So I've also been married twice, experienced physical abuse. And this is not for anybody to feel sorry for me. There's a reason why I'm sharing this. I experienced physical abuse. I also experienced cervical cancer. I went through all 4 pre-stages, as well as stage 1, stage 2, and stage 3 throughout the cervix and the ovaries. Here we are, 2024. I, like so many other people, have experienced, and if I can swear for a second, a lot of shit, just like everybody else. But that pile of shit does not make me. I choose how I show up in the world. Even though I've had all these experiences, I easily could have just, sat in the corner, felt sorry for myself, and stop living, stop doing, stop being. But I didn't. And my dad always used to say to me too, he's like, "You're like a phoenix. You rise from the ashes stronger than before. No matter what happens to you," he's like, "you always rise." So that is also part of my message for everybody, is no matter what you've been through, you are a phoenix, whether you realize it or not. So no matter what you're going through right now, we all have struggles. And if we say we don't have struggles, we're lying. Every single person has struggles. No matter what you're going through right now, you can stop, look back at the past, not get lost in it, but look at the past. Look at what you've overcome and remind yourself how much you've overcome. You will be able to get through this too. As I said, I've literally died. I've come back. I've had over 13 surgeries. I came back. I have been physically abused. I've experienced every type of abuse known to man. I'm back. If I can get through all this stuff and being captured as well, before I was not even 18 years old, I was captured and had no signs that I was ever going to make it and that I was even going to survive, but I did. If I can get through all that shit and still keep going, and I've now published 6 co-author books. I have 1 solo book. I'm very thankful for everything that I have in my life and everybody that I do have in my life, whether they were on a page, a paragraph, or several chapters in my life. Every single person has actually helped me to achieve what I've achieved so far and where I'm going still. It has been a team effort. I totally just lost my train of thought. So no matter what we have experienced, we can keep going. We can rise from the ashes. We don't have to let the fires of life burn out our inner fire, our inner light.
Wow. I had no idea that all of that had happened. See, this is why like meeting somebody is not the same as hearing their story. Hearing just their message or knowing what their business is not the same as hearing their story and why. Because if I look at you, Jennifer, and we're just stereotypical, right?
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't expect any of that darkness.
Mm-hmm.
Or if we saw the other version of you, all that crap, the shit that you've been through, right? Would we ever expect you to have turned out the way that you have? You're such a shining light and you're so happy and like positive and just this sunshine. And what's the flower that's on your arm? The sunflower. You're like a sunflower, right?
Thank you.
It seems like there's these two separate things, but really think about the best people in the world in what they're good at. You mentioned Robin Williams earlier.
Yes.
He was one of the best comedian, like funny people. We related to him, actor, comedian, all of it. And yet, how many people know that he actually suffered from mental health issues?
Right. Yes.
Right.
Exactly.
And same thing with Jim Carrey, right?
Yes.
Also known as a really funny man, great actor, whatever. He also suffers from mental health issues. Chester Bennington with Linkin Park, right? Known for his really emotional, deep vocals through Linkin Park.
Exactly.
And yet he's suffering. So like, I'm just saying here that some of the best people in their industry that give and give and give and give, it's because they've known the opposite.
Yes.
To such depth and clarity that they now not only can reach themselves to mediocre, but to go well beyond that, to like catapult. So if this is the middle point, right?
Yes.
I love analogy. So if we're way back here in the darkness and this is the midpoint, they're like, woo, and they skip over the midpoint and now they're way over here. So they leverage it. With momentum. See, I love this.
I love it. Sorry, I'm just gonna, I just see I've got a battery life warning, battery life.
Well, we have been on here for quite a while, yes.
Yeah, it's all good. I'm just gonna plug myself in so I don't lose you.
Yeah, no, it's good.
Okay. There we go. We're good.
But I mean, that's the kind of thing that I'm seeing from you is you're this type of person today because of all of that, not in spite of all of that.
No. Yes. Thank you. Exactly.
Yeah. So now we get to know the real Jennifer and why this message with your father and this message about confidence and being the true you matters so much. Because it's not about the skills that you have. It's about the emotions that we feel because of the skills that you have. So
Right.
how do you feel today because you've accomplished the things that you want to accomplish and you are more of the person that you want to be?
Well, thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
So about the skill. So just like you said, so just to rewind just a moment ago with what you were sharing, there is a balance. So as I said, I'm a Sagittarius. We can be very blunt, very direct, not always everybody's cup of tea, but that's okay. So I'm going to be a little blunt.
Oh, yes.
Personally, I feel that there is a lot of people that act that darkness does not exist.
Mhm.
I personally believe darkness is in every single person, whether they acknowledge that or not. And that's part of my mission about embracing your true self. Darkness doesn't mean evil. There's a difference, in my opinion. But
Yep.
everybody has darkness. Everybody has, memories, past hurts. A lot of people experience trauma. I personally believe that everybody has experienced trauma on some level. That's my personal belief. That's part of the darkness, but that's also part of how our soul develops, how our personality grows and develops as well and changes. So I look at it as the duality, that we need the balance of the dark with the light. Because honestly, when I hear people, and I guess it's just my Sagittarian self speaking here, when I hear people always talking only about the light, like there's only light, I'm a truth seeker. Sagittarians are known for being truth seekers. I don't honestly feel that's being honest. I don't feel that's being truthful. I feel that is only part of the truth. That's not the whole truth. So I think it's really important. I just wanted to share, just when you were using the pen analogy, is that I believe it's really important to embrace all parts of ourselves, even the crappy parts. Embrace it. And like one of the great practices that you have in the interviews is the mirror, right? And I think it's really good to look in the mirror and acknowledge all of it. And even if there's parts that we don't necessarily like, acknowledge it, because if we disregard it, it can lead to things. And as we know, so this goes back to my dad's message in the book, where I'm going to go with this, is my partner, my husband to be, Tyler, he has a belief, and I personally believe he's correct. And as I said, this is my belief as well, is he has a theory that people that have dementia and Alzheimer's, that it's possible that they had thoughts, they had memories that they didn't want to remember, and that they mentally said to themselves that they didn't want to remember it. So who's to say that the subconscious hasn't taken that order, so to speak? Because we know how powerful our thoughts are, how powerful the subconscious. This is his theory. What if it has literally spilled out onto other parts of the memories and created the plaques on the brain? Because when a person keeps saying, I don't want to remember that, I don't want to remember that. Well, how does the brain decipher from what you do want to remember and what you don't want to remember versus what you do want to remember, right? So I thought that's a very interesting theory. So now with the skills, I feel like I'm not answering your question. I'm sorry. I felt like I
No,
just.
that's okay. Interesting. Keep going.
Okay.
It goes where it goes.
Okay. So you were asking, so how I've taken the skills from this and applied it into now? Sorry, can you refresh my memory?
It doesn't matter. Go wherever you're going.
Okay.
You were telling me about your dad. I want to know about your dad.
Okay. So with my dad, I always joked that he should have been a professor. He wasn't, but he should have been a professor. He was always teaching me. So he was a brilliant man. He was fluent in over 10 languages. He had a dabbling of languages and dialects from all over the world, even very rare and unknown dialects. He had a basic understanding of them. He was able to write and speak fluently, as I said, in over 10 languages. Brilliant man, but he also ended up with dementia. So what happened is for the last 2 years of his life, from 2017 to 2019, I was not able to have a full conversation with him. It was literally, for anybody that's experienced dementia, known somebody that has dementia or Alzheimer's, is that it was like a repeat. So I would see him every Saturday and he would say the same sentence over and over. So I literally felt like it was a movie script. I knew exactly how I was supposed to respond after he said that one statement. And I just felt like I was replaying the same scene every Saturday. Fast forward June 2019, the very last week of his life, he had no dementia whatsoever. I was able to audio record the last 4 days of his life. And during those recordings, he actually explained to my middle son and myself what it was for him having dementia. Explained it was like having two people in one body. And he said that the dementia person, the other person he called it, the other person was in control of his body and of his words and how he treated me and treated the medical staff. And he said, even though his true self was inside, he could hear everything that his dementia self was saying, but he had no control over the dementia person. And he said it was heartbreaking. And he was telling Matt this as came into the room. He said it was heartbreaking for him. And he said that he had no control, though. Also on the audio, so that was huge. So that message, as soon as I heard that, I knew intuitively and instinctively that I had to do something with his message, that there was a reason why he shared this. Also on the audio recordings, he at one point says, "Jennifer, I died and I came back to continue to teach you, my professor." So he came back to teach me. And also another point on the recording, he says, "That's me, that's me." And I wrote a little note to my mom that was in the room with us. I said, he's seeing his life reel. He was literally seeing his life reel, and I was able to audio record it as he was experiencing his life reel. So, yeah. So with dementia and Alzheimer's, I have a big mission to help because it is a worldwide problem. Every single country worldwide has been impacted by it. And with my dad sharing this message, I can't help but feel that there is a reason why he wanted this message heard. Because for the family and friends, the loved ones that have been impacted with dementia and Alzheimer's, there's somebody that they know has it or had it. How different would it be for them if they knew what my dad shared on his deathbed, that the person that they love can still hear them, even though that they might be in the last stage of dementia, that true person is still inside, and you can share everything that you want to share and that person will hear it, even though the dementia self is in control of the steering wheel at that moment. How different would it be in the medical field if they knew that? Because if they knew that there's actually two parts to a dementia person, it's not just the one part that is shown externally. There's actually an internal part. How different would the treatment and the plan and the care be if the medical world knew that? It would be completely different. And considering in 2024, by the end of 2024, it is projected that it's going to be $1.3 trillion spent worldwide for dementia care. That's huge, $1.3 trillion. So the emotional, mental, physical, and medical would completely change if people knew the unknown truth about dementia.
My
So
aunt
that,
actually just got into a home because of dementia. And when I went to go visit her, she didn't remember who I was.
Yeah.
And then she pretended to remember who I was. And then she forgot that I had a brother.
Yeah.
And then I think she did remember, but only for a moment.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's like, I don't know how much it was her trying to remember and how much was it her actually remembering.
Right.
I don't know.
Yeah.
But I haven't had somebody like daily or even consistently in my life like that.
Yeah.
My friend's dad also had dementia before he died. So I didn't get to experience that. I had left and moved away before experiencing that. So I'm really just touching on it, but it's still heartbreaking.
It is.
Even see it for a moment, let alone to be around somebody. I have no idea what that feels like. I can't imagine watching and recording that whole process. But yeah.
Yeah.
And then now to add your spiritual gifts on top of that, to communicate with him in whatever way he chooses, like, that must be magical.
It is. It is. Thank you. And I actually had written about it in the book as well. The night before he passed, I told him I was a medium, and he didn't wait any time at all. I told him to give me some time, but he didn't. He actually came the very next day. But at one point, I had mentioned in the book that I'm painting some furniture because I find painting very soothing. We talked about that today in our interviews, how art and expression, creative expression, is very healing. So I was painting in the garage, and all of a sudden I heard my dad go, "Jennifer." And I literally spilt the paint everywhere on the garage because he scared the what out of me.
Yeah.
So he didn't realize I can hear really well. So ever since my my near-death experience, when I died on the operating table, that actually started another part of my spiritual awakening, because I actually was able to connect with spirits even more after that moment. And in my book, if I can hold it up for a second here.
Of course.
Okay, so I am, let's see if I hold it up the right way. Okay, so as you can see, the blue butterflies here, and yes, there's Penny. Yeah, because my dad's middle name was Penny, so that's why I actually call it Dad's Pennies from Heaven, so literally messages from heaven. And the blue butterfly was actually our favorite butterfly that we both agreed on. So that's why the blue butterfly is very powerful connector piece with my dad. But with the spirit, being a spiritual medium as well, I'm able to hear him from the other side. So not only has he been teaching me before his passing, but he continues to teach me after his passing. So I literally blended both the spiritual and non-spiritual into his book, and it has been signed on with Hay House, so which I'm very excited and thankful for. So when I finish the editing, that will be released with Hay House, and Hay House is actually planning on releasing the audio recordings on a website when the book is released as well. Yeah.
I think that would be surreal to even have strangers, complete strangers, hear these recordings with your dad. Because then it's not just written words in a book, like it just makes everything so much more real.
Yes.
That you're like, oh.
Right.
Okay. I do want to make sure that we know where to find you and how to connect. So what is your favorite way of communicating, and where do we find you?
Okay, sounds great. So my favorite way is actually not email. So I do have email, but I'll share in a second, but email is not my favorite way. So my favorite way is actually, so I've discovered, is Facebook Messenger.
Me too.
That's awesome. That's awesome. So almost everybody connects with me through Facebook Messenger. So you can find me on Facebook, obviously, as Jennifer Dawn. And you'll recognize me right away because I have the photo, so you know it's me, because there's definitely a lot of Jennifer Dawns on the land of social media. And I'm also on Instagram. I also have YouTube. Eventually, I'll be launching up my own podcast as well. But you can find me on social media as the Sagittarius Coach. So, and I have a lot of people ask me, if you're the Sagittarius coach, does that mean you only coach people that are Sagittarius? No, that is not a true story. No. I actually I have a spiritual, intuitive, and business coaching business. So I literally help actually spiritualpreneurs. That's one of my biggest passions. Spiritualpreneurs. So these are spiritual people that are opening or developing their business and practice that is spiritually based. So that's one of my biggest passions. But I also help non-spiritual business owners as well with all aspects of business development. So I have over 30 years of business and management experience and training and education. So I literally applied that and blended it, merged it with my spirituality and my intuitive development that I help people with. And then, so you can contact me on Facebook, as I said, or Instagram, Jennifer Dawn, Sagittarius Coach. And my website is www.jenniferdawn.net. And my email, which, yes, I do check, but as I said, it's not my most favorite form of communication, is info@jenniferdawn.net.
Aw, I love that. So then you know the drill. I leave space at the end of the interviews just to allow you to share anything that's in your head or on your heart. So if there's something that you need people to take away from this conversation today, what might that be?
Two parts, the two-part message. So first of all, so everybody has experienced grieving of some sort, physical death of some sort, somebody that they've known, whether family, friends, coworker, everybody has experienced it, a pet. As a spiritual medium and as a very direct Sagittarius girl, I just want you to know, this is my personal belief, professional and personal experience. Death is not the end. It literally is the beginning. So that's one big message I want to share. So, because I'm about to say goodbye to another close relative, but I know this is literally just the beginning. It's not the ending. And the other part to the message, as I shared at the beginning of our interview, really dive into who you are, no matter if you're 102, 32, or 12 years old, no matter what your physical age is in this life. Really dive into who you are and tune out the noise. Even people that mean well, tune it out and truly listen to yourself and embrace your true self. It's never too late. You're never too old to embrace your true self.
Aw, I love that. Receiving. It's hard sometimes. Oh my God. So what I like to do at the end of the day is just kind of recap some of our favorite moments.
Yes.
So if there's something that you remember that you had a great insight or maybe was a really good moment for you, what might one of those be?
To put it in a snapshot.
I know. It's always hard.
Every single guest that you had today, every single guest, and as I said, we suck at lying, Sagittarius, right? Every single guest that you had, I energetically, intuitively, personally could feel that they were being authentic. And to be honest, it's so refreshing. So every single speaker today was authentic. I love that. And for every single guest that you had on today, well done, because not everybody does that. And with the messages, you could tell that they were speaking from the heart. You could see their passion. You could see their personality. You could see their flair. It was really nice to see. And the personal messages, each one, as I said, spoke from the heart. And they delivered it with grace and style and with their own energetic imprint to it, which was so nice. And I loved how, even though you had different speakers, different guests, every single guest, that topic flowed from one to the next. So to put it in 2 seconds, honestly, there were so many gems. And personally, I would have to, I'm just going to reflect and sit with all the wonderful, wise words and messages that were shared today. And I just want to say, for everybody that spoke today, well done. You all did a beautiful job. And thank you for sharing your time, your energy, your gifts, and your passions and your true selves with everybody, myself included.
Aw. Oh, you know what? One of my favorite moments was actually when Katharina showed up. Like, it was her very first interview. And when I was meeting people on Sunday she's part of Stacy's community, and I just met Stacy on Sunday when Stacy was hosting an event. So then I offered a spot. I was like, there's one spot left. And then I think over the course of this week, I actually have 4 people from Stacy's event.
Wow.
We weaved into this week. So I love that she took the initiative, that this was her very first interview, that it flowed super naturally, and that she was so comfortable, and that we could play a role in being such a loving and safe environment for that first interview.
Yeah. That's
like, there was lots of other fun insights, but I think that was my favorite because I'm like, yay, keep going, fly.
Yeah. Yeah, that's awesome.
Dropping everything now. Okay, so thank you to everyone for watching today. I'm going to think of a theme for tomorrow. You might have to message me. We might get into more working with the audience tomorrow, like things we can do together.
Oh,
kind of like what we did with Nola today. We make it different every day.
Yeah.
So to join us tomorrow, it's same bat channel, same bat time. So 10 a.m. Eastern to 2:30 p.m. Eastern. Here on YouTube, here on Facebook, here on LinkedIn, here wherever you are watching this. And also, thank you so much, Jennifer, for being my co-host today. And like weaving in and out. You kind of sat back a little bit at the beginning, and I was like, no, I will take over the conversation. If you don't pipe up with a question, I will fill the void with a question. That's why I'm like, bring your curiosity, bring your playfulness. We'll make this happen. And also thank you for the moments where I needed to leave. I knew I could trust you. That's what a co-host is for.
Oh, well, thank you. Well, thank you for this huge opportunity to co-host with you. It's been a delight, and you have such beautiful energy. I love it. Thank you. And can I ask one little thing that if I could close with?
Sure.
Okay.
So
I pulled a card actually for everybody.
Thank you. Aww.
Yeah. So this is this beautiful deck from Hay House, actually. I love this deck. So energy and spirit. And I asked for the collective, what is the message? What is the sum up message from today and all the speakers? So it's kind of interesting.
Ooh.
And as we know, there is no coincidences.
I don't know what it says.
So the message is creation, soul expression, something new.
See, I love this stuff.
Right?
It's so lined up with everything that we talked about today. Yeah. Thank you for that, Jennifer.
Oh, you're welcome. You're welcome.
Awesome. So I'm going to ask you just to hang out for a minute. We're going to end the stream, but I want to say one last thank you to everyone. So much love, and I will see you tomorrow.
Sounds good. Bye, everybody.
Bye.
Bye.
And then I press the button, and then I sing and dance, and I go end stream.